Allegedly!
Hello everyone.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. I'm sorry about that. I just my video to start, so I'll have to do an intro here in a second. But I'm so glad to see all of you tonight. It's really good to see all of you. Let's see here. Maybe this is Hey Jana, good to see you. Good to see you, hon. Hey Baba Rose, good to see you, Trishy, and we have Research Guy. Good to see all of you guys tonight. So I thought, hey Bonnie. So I thought that we would go over so tonight I think we should go over the interview or meeting between Sheriff Scott Matthews. So I wanted to upload that. Hey Couponing, good to see you. Just one second, guys. Sorry about that. Let's see. There we go. Okay, it just said failure to play clip, but it never said that when I tried to play the clip. So, I don't know what's going on technically tonight. So I apologize for that. I hope you all had a wonderful Sunday. For Eagles fans out there, congratulations. I was really hoping that Casey would have won, but but if anybody is Eagles fans out there, congratulations to you guys. Hey, Lizzie and Poppy Love. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Let's see if these will pop in. See, these are popping in. Let's see. Show Poodles. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, so let's see if I can't play that clip again. Let's try the intro.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, officer.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, officer.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running.
For what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, father. I love it when he does that.
Okay, guys, I got it working that time. Hey, Lori, it's really good to see you. Jana, thank you so much for being here. I know that it can't be easy, but you're one of the strongest people that I know. Just know that. And you don't have to send me a super chat, but I really appreciate it. So, guys, tonight we're going to watch Fox and Friends with Chris and Katie, just to kind of start it out, and we will go into the call with Sheriff Matthews. I'm really glad Jana's here because she can answer any questions that you may have from Saturday night's live, and then also listening to this again and kind of revisiting it before we go into the next phone call. I do have a few stills that I would like to kind of show you after we listen to the interaction between Jana's family, and her brother, and her aunt from Germany. So yes, so thank you, Jana, for being here, and you guys can ask her any questions. If there's any trolls that come in tonight, guys, let's just get them right out of here. If they say anything rude, questions are always welcome, but if they're going to be saying like rude things and things like that, we don't need to have that tonight, because tonight we're talking about some very serious subject matter, the Sebastian Rogers case, and we are talking about Crystal McCrory Jones. I am going to change up the background too, but for now, we'll just watch this first clip, and this was sent over to me, and this is the Fox and Friends with Lawrence. I really like Lawrence. He's a good newscaster. And let's see, here we go. And then we're going to have a whole like moral of the day. This clip is coming in from Hindsight, and Hindsight did this clip, but it's also Fox and Friends. So courtesy goes to Hindsight 2002. Thank you so much, Hindsight. And we'll watch this right now.
So this morning, the search for a missing autistic teen, gone for more than a month now, growing more frantic. 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers has not been seen since he left his Tennessee bedroom, barefoot with a flashlight. Joining us now, Sebastian's parents, Katie and Chris Proudfoot. Katie and Chris, thanks so much for joining the program this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
So, Ms. Proudfoot, you put him to bed. You heard some noises in there. You told him to knock it off. You got up the next morning, and you haven't seen him since. Where do you think your son is right now?
Honestly, we don't know where he is. Up to now, we haven't found any substantial evidence to locate where he's been or where he went. That's why we're pleading for help for anyone out there that might know something or see something that could help us find him.
Ms. Proudfoot, was Sebastian a runner? Did he have a history of running away from school or running away from home anytime before?
No, he didn't have a history of running.
Mr. Proudfoot, you're about, I think, 3 hours away, and then you got the call about what happened and you made your way home. You've agreed to a polygraph. You haven't been ruled as a suspect. What do you make of some of the criticism of some people online, some critics saying that they think that you were involved?
It's their personal opinion.
it's sad that people have resorted to this kind of rhetoric and verbiage and harassment. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's their opinion, but the truth will come out. And then when it does, everybody will finally have their answers.
Ms. Prophet, did your son Sebastian have any friends that you think? Did he have a cell phone? Had he made any type of contact?
Not that we know of.
Ms. Prophet, you did decide to leave the home and you went to go see your husband, which I said is about 3 hours away. And some people have said that, you know, you have an autistic son who's missing. Why would you leave the home? Can you give us some insight on why?
There are a few reasons. We are posting flyers every direction we can, but at the same time, there were quite a bit of people that were, you know, sending some very threatening and hateful messages to us. They're following us. They're driving past our house all hours of day and night, disturbing the neighborhood, and the neighborhood is very upset, concerned, and people are worried about their safety at this point. So one of the reasons that I did that is in the hopes that if we left for a couple of days, that it might calm that down and give our neighbors a little bit of reprieve as well.
A quick follow-up, Mr. Proudfoot. His biological father has said that he doesn't believe that he would have been barefoot because of the traumatic experience that he had stepping in a pile of ants. But you think he left barefoot. Why are you so confident that he didn't have any shoes on or anything like that?
Because all of his
shoes have been accounted for. As far as now, all of our shoes have been accounted for, mine and my wife's at this point. So, I mean, there is no other answer as to what he would have been wearing at this point.
Yeah. Thank y'all so much for joining us on the program today. Our number one concern is to get Sebastian home back to y'all. We're going to put the number up for anyone that has any information on if you've seen Sebastian. Call 1-800-TBI. That's the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. TBI Find. We'll put up the timeline. If you were in any of these areas, we hope that you'll reach out to the number. Katie and Chris, thanks so much for joining our program this morning.
Thank you so much for Sebastian's work.
Okay, guys, so that one was from, let's see, March 28th, 2024. And I agree, Trishy, he does look like he has some kind of dress for men. Like, I never thought of that until you just said it, but his beard is like super dark. And he is my age, so like he probably has some grays, I think. But it is awfully dark. Hey, Heather, good to see you. He looks great in orange, Lori says. Thank you, Trishy. And that link, or that was from Hindsight 2002, guys. She does a lot of really great like short clips. So if you ever wanted to watch a short clip, she's awesome at that. Edgar sporting orange. He sported orange at the courthouse too when he was there for the RO. So he did. He was sporting the orange then too. And thank you, Lori. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy to see him wearing that. And then also, I just feel like there's going to be something that happens really, really soon with that. But I would like to see some kind of justice be served for Sebastian's sake. So they're saying they told Lawrence that he left barefoot with a flashlight. Katie says there's no substantial evidence that was found to indicate why he left. So even at this point in March 28th, the end of March, they're thinking that Sebastian walked off, or that's the narrative they're pushing. And then, of course, Lawrence asks about kind of why they would leave, tell him more about the experiences they're having online. And from the very beginning, we hear this from the Proud Feet. So Chris goes on to say there has been a lot of rhetoric, verbiage, and harassment. I don't think that Chris understands what the word verbiage means. That's just basically like the vocabulary or the way somebody says something. It's not threat. It's not a threat or anything like that. So I think he kind of spoke on what he was trying to get through. But they have claimed harassment from the very beginning in terms of internet, uh, social media mostly. I'll just put it that way. Social media influences saying that they're being harassed and things like that. Now, I'm not denying that that probably is happening or was happening. But I don't think that it's anything worse than what was said about Sebastian, in my opinion. Now, Katie says that they're not sure about a cell phone, not that they know of, that Sebastian didn't have a cell phone, but we hear them in other interviews how adamant they are about the fact that Sebastian didn't have his cell phone. We hear Seth say that this cell phone was on the charger and it was like setting on the counter whenever he came in the morning of the 26th. So there's that. And then they were asking, he asked them why they would leave. And Katie said it was for a few reasons. She said that people were following them, driving past the house at all hours. And then neighbors were worried and concerned. So she wanted to calm the neighborhood down a little bit and give the neighbors a break. And so that's why she decided to go with Chris back to work. And then I suppose she was, in the camper, sitting in the camper during the day. And that was when they traveled to Memphis. And Lawrence brings up the fact that Seth said that there wouldn't be, that Sebastian wouldn't have been barefoot because of the fire ants that he experienced when he was little. So he stepped on a fire ant hill when he was barefoot, and he decided that, he wasn't going to do that again. And he never did. So that's why it was curious. And then when asked about his shoes, Chris completely cuts Katie off, and he starts telling that all of Sebastian's shoes were accounted for, which is what Katie was starting to say. And he said that all of their shoes, so like her shoes and his shoes, were all accounted for. So that was interesting, I think. Trishy says, I can't imagine giving a flip about my own safety if my kiddo was out in the elements and lost. I feel the same way. I don't think I would be able to think straight. I definitely wouldn't want to be that far away from home. I know 3.5 hours may not be terribly far for some people. Some people drive in gridlock traffic and it takes them 3.5 hours to get home from work. I used to be one of those people when I lived and commuted for work in and around the Chicago area. So sometimes you can just be stuck in that gridlock traffic and, there's no relief, until it just starts moving. But you can just be stuck in like a literal parking lot. So just one thing to consider on that front. But nevertheless, they're saying that they were experiencing people driving past their house and things like that. They do live in a very small area. And so even if 10 cars at the same time were driving through their subdivision, it would feel like a lot more than someone who lived in a great big subdivision, a bigger subdivision. So I can see how the neighbors would be definitely concerned, especially because if they have kids and if they're thinking maybe that Sebastian didn't walk off and that maybe he was taken, that is another possibility that could, scare everybody in the neighborhood and make them wonder what the heck is going on. So there's that. Oop, I just knocked into that. So there's that. Let's see here what you guys have to say. Judy, good to see you, Judy. Nice to see you tonight. Yeah, so Baba, I agree. They're telling just BS. I feel like I really think that if Sebastian left the house, he would have brought more with him. So more than just a keychain, flashlight. He would have worn shoes. I think that with the weather and the elements, like Trishy was saying, it's hard to believe that he didn't wear like a sweater or something like that. At the very least, like a hoodie. Katie has said before that Sebastian likes to wear hoodies, and so I don't see why he wouldn't have done that. I also think if they went shopping and bought a whole lot of snacks for him, then they would have come with him. You know, these are things that he likes to eat, right? He was able to choose his favorite things, so you would think he would take some of that with him if he was going on a trip. And then also, there's the fact that he wasn't caught on camera, to our knowledge. So it's kind of a strange situation, you know. And it's something that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And usually when we hear the truth, it makes sense to us. Or when we learn the truth after not knowing it for a long time, it makes great sense to us, and we have that kind of little aha moment, like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Now it makes sense, kind of a thing. So, and Judy says, her eyes really hurt. Oh, I'm so sorry. Aw, I'm sorry that your eyes are hurting, Judy. I know, and that one is a little tiny one. I put it, well, it's kind of like the long view. I should have kind of made it the larger view, so I apologize about that. Hey, Irony Rose, good to see you. And Gam23 says, I honestly don't see any 15-year-old going outside in the cold, dark night without any shoes and not intending to come straight back inside. I agree, because Katie did say that Sebastian had taken the trash out before, and that whenever he took out the trash, he sometimes would go out there in only his socks, and then she'd be like, dude, you need to put some shoes on. And Sebastian would, probably, he's so cute in his little green tea moment, he'd probably giggle or something and say, okay, mom, but she did maintain that he had taken the trash out in his socks. Hey, Holly S., good to see you, hon. Good to see you. And Baba Rose says you need to play the video of the neighbor, a fighter pilot. It is on Crime Lines and Lies. Yeah, I watched that one. That would be a good one for us to kind of re-explore. It is really, really sad, though, you guys, because some of the things that the neighbor shares with Brooks on there is really, really sad. But I will go ahead and look and see. I know I have it. I never played it. I just downloaded it when it came out because I just didn't know if it was really the neighbors, but I think it was. And so I don't have a problem playing that now, especially since some of the neighbors have come out and said some very similar things, especially like when Bobby came out, because she, we could see her, she was on JLR where you could see, her face, her facial expressions, her body language. And then I found her to be very, very credible. And so, I think that would be something to explore. So thank you for that suggestion. And I will definitely look that up and see if we can't like part it out and just play a couple of clips from that, because I think it's important to explore what the neighbors had to say, not just from what Chris and Katie said, because a lot of times, like when they told Duchess for the missing, that the neighbors knew Sebastian, like everybody knew Sebastian, but then Bobby comes out and says we really never saw him outside, or they were never like kicking a soccer ball or tossing a football, nothing like that. And so I think it would be something that we can explore more about, because according to Chris, he was out there frequently, and then according to the other neighbors, anytime they saw him out there, he was getting either hit with the power washer, which would be painful. If you've ever taken a water hose and kind of put your thumb under over it and like made it stream just like straight out, and hit yourself with it, or, you know, whatever, squirted somebody else with it, that big stream is can be kind of painful, but all of the pressure behind a pressure washer would be like equivalent to maybe even a fire hose, like something like that, just coming out as fast as it can. It could definitely knock somebody over, especially if they were a little guy. Like Sebastian he wasn't very big. He isn't a big guy. So with that being said, it's just something to think about, and why Chris would decide to do that is beyond me. And then also the neighbors allege that they overheard Chris saying ultimatums to Katie, like it's either him or me, things like that. I don't know what they would have to gain from it if it wasn't true. And it's just really sad. And Judy says, "Lady, you have nothing to do with me not being able to see the." Oh, okay, good. I can. Oh, well, good. Thank you, Judy. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I just thought it was the little thing, because I try to remember, like, that it looks different if depending on kind of the format that I use. So I appreciate you letting me know. Thank you. And Irony Rose says, "OMG, I haven't heard that one. That's awful." Yeah, it is. It is really it's really terrible, just some of the things they were saying. And then also, like, they allege that Sebastian was made to sleep out in the garage. I don't know. I don't remember if they said like a certain amount of times or something, or if it was something that they noticed when the garage door opened or something like that. I'm not sure. But if that's the case, I could see why people might, want to tell people about it. I mean, I would want to tell people about it if that was my little neighbor. I can't even recall like any time that I ever heard of like something like that in the neighborhood happening in terms of, child abuse. I've never really had to encounter something like that, but I feel like if I ever did, I would be making a phone call to DFS. And I think maybe that might have been part of the CPS reports. We don't know, because we don't know what was in there. So, and couponing says, "Wouldn't being a runaway pack a backpack?" Yeah, I think so too. I think he would. When I was handing out flyers in Springfield, one of the ladies had asked me that, she said, "Well, why wouldn't he take something with him?" And I said, it reminds me of when you're little and you're thinking, "I'm going to run away." And so you grab all your stuff, but you grab like your little toys and stuff like that. And you know that you don't have any money, but you're just like, "I'm going to go run away." And you go, do something like that. Little kids do that. And so to me, that wouldn't be very unusual if, something happens in the house and you're kind of like, "Okay, I'm out of here," but you bring stuff with you. You pack a backpack, or, get your little purse if you're a girl, and, you take something to eat, something to drink, and then maybe you come back before they even know you're gone, type of a thing. But for him to leave in the middle of the night is very interesting to me. And Katie says that she went to bed around midnight that night. So she was falling asleep while she was on the phone with Chris, and Chris told her to put the dogs up and go to bed. But as we know, when she was on Queen Bee, Chris had said that she doesn't put the dogs in the pen whenever he's not home, that whenever he's not home, she lets them sleep in the bed. So right there is an inconsistency, and kind of him telling on himself later on, in my opinion. So there's that. And but by all accounts, Katie was in bed by midnight, so it had to have happened sometime around after midnight. If he was to have taken off. But I just don't know about that, because there's no footage of him in and around the neighborhood. There is, however, verbiage on the flyer that would suggest that he might have been seen around the Stafford Court area on the 26th, which would be after midnight, the morning of the 26th. So there's that. It's all very curious and mysterious, open to a lot of speculation since we don't know. And Judy says, I'll have to look for it with my eyes stop hurting. Aw, Judy, I feel so bad. Too much reading and studying over the weekend. Oh, that's good, though. At least you got to do some of that. I always like to read and have quiet time myself. And Barbara Rose says, water hurts. I cut my arm bad with pressure washer. Yeah, that's true. It like cuts, Thank you. I was trying to find a good way to explain it. But yeah, because if you think about it, it's used a lot on like when you have the siding and say like mold and different grass and stuff like from your mower kind of kicks back onto the house. Well, you can take that pressure washer and it's got so much pressure behind it that it just kind of like, cleans it really well and pushes all of that debris and dirt and stuff off of your house. And so it's not meant to like squirt kids, squirt anybody really with it. Anybody can get hurt by it. And Gam Gam says, a pressure washer definitely hurts. I was using one wearing flip-flops and took the skin off my toes. Oh, ouch. Yeah, see, I just can't imagine him getting squirted with that. It's just terrible. It's just terrible. Yeah, Irony Rose is right. I agree with her. It says, she says, you put your shoes on, especially if they are right beside the door. Like, because his shoes, according to Seth, were lined up by the door. And it sounds like they didn't wear shoes in their house, in my opinion, just because if they have them lined up by the front door, that's kind of where they keep the shoes. I never wear shoes inside the house. It's just one of the things that how I was raised and how I grew up. We weren't allowed to wear shoes in the house. But that's just kind of what it reminded me of just not wearing any shoes in the house. And that's why they're all set up by the door. I don't know. The only reason I would think that he would run out without shoes would be if he was running away from a certain situation, or if he was upset or scared and he felt like he had to do like fight or flight, right? And so he chose flight and ran out the door. I just think that it might be one of those small details that was overlooked, and then lo and behold, they had to make something up on the fly to manage that, so to speak. Now, Sheriff Craddock said that there was no indication to him that Sebastian left barefoot. And he said that on the 27th, February 27th, 2024. So him saying that to the news anchor that was asking him about it, gives me great pause, especially because he said he's not going to say that. And he has never came back out and said anything to the contrary. So that's just something, some food for thought, something to think about. And Barbara Rose says, I believe whatever happened to Sebastian happened in the garage. I think his head made that round bend from inside that had to be replaced after he was gone. Oh, okay. I know Nancy Grace asked about the mattress and in the garage, and he said that it was for Faith's room. But the problem that I have with that is that Faith had come there just in December for Christmas. And so wouldn't you think that they would have had her new bedroom set and everything like there set up ready for her while she was staying during Christmas? If it was my stepdaughter, I would do that. I would have her room looking perfect for her when she got there. I would make sure that everything was washed and ready, and it was just, a cute when she comes in, especially if you buy her a whole new bedroom set. You want to set it up and make it look nice, the bed made, whatever. So there's that. It again doesn't make sense. Hey, just me. Good to see you, hon. And Lori says Sebastian had plenty of time to run away after school if he really wanted to leave. That's a great point. So we found out months later that Sebastian was a latchkey kid coming home from school before Katie. He would get dropped off by the bus, and then he would come in, use his code, and then he would kind of, make himself something to eat, do his homework while he's waiting for mom to get home. That shows me that he had a very healthy level of independence, especially for someone who's on the spectrum. Sometimes children who are high functioning are okay to be by themselves for a couple hours, and they can, make themselves a quick snack. Maybe they won't use the oven or the stove, but they can make themselves something to eat and just kind of chill out, watch TV, play video games until mom, and stepdad get home. Respectively, Mr. Foote, worked out of town, so he didn't come home very often. But I agree, Lori, he would have had plenty of time to kind of sneak out after school when it was still light outside if he really wanted to, take off. I don't see him leaving in the middle of the night, especially like going into wooded areas where they've all maintained that Sebastian didn't like bugs, and he didn't like to be out with the bugs. So I can see that. I can see that being the case, that he wouldn't do that. Hey, Tammy Carr, good to see you. And Gam23 says, I don't know why that boy would walk out that door, KP stated. And that's a quote from Katie. I don't know why that boy would walk out the door. That's because that boy, Sebastian, didn't walk out the door, in my opinion. I don't think he did either. I really don't. If he walked out the door, I think he would have been on camera. I definitely think he would have been wearing shoes. And it's, the saddest thing. Thank you, Tammy. And Holly S agrees. Yeah. You would think so. And, just when it comes to how particular children are who are on the spectrum, they're very particular about what they wear. They have sensory issues. And then also, like when Katie was on Queen Bee, she went into that a little bit and let us know that even like carbonated drinks were something that Sebastian didn't like because of the bubbles and just the sensory, the way that they felt. He just didn't like that sensation. And so, I believe her. I believed her when she said that, that it was something that she didn't like, the sparkling water, he didn't do sparkling water or any type of carbonation. Hey, Butter Biscuit. And Butter Biscuit says, speaking of snacks, no one asked if Sebastian got up that night to get any snacks. That's a really good question. Because it seemed like that might have been kind of a regular occurrence. Like he might get up and want something in the middle of the night. Just kind of grab like maybe, host a snack or something like that. It sounded like he had a sweet tooth at night. So I agree that would be a really good question. If we could. And In the Shape of a Heart, good to see you. You're not late. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I was a little bit late tonight again, guys. I've been late a lot lately. You guys need to start giving me slips to be late slips. And Baba Rose says, I think it is some truth to that. She says, I think Edgar and KK was fighting in the garage and he came through the door of the garage and got in the middle of the fight. A lot of people think that. I've had a couple of people say that. They really believe that there was some sort of an altercation between Chris and Katie, and then Sebastian got involved. I do remember on Smiley Stories World when she asked them flat out, was there an altercation? Or if there was an altercation, would Sebastian feel the need to get in the middle of the two of you? And then Chris laughed and said, oh no, he would never do that. But we don't know what Sebastian's state of mind was either. He could have been so frustrated that the last time that the CPS worker came out, he wasn't believed. And maybe he felt like, he was just turned 15. When boys are going through puberty and things like that, it's when they get a little bit tougher, right? Because they are getting more testosterone in their body. And it may have been something where he decided, like, enough is enough. And I'm not going to put up with this anymore. And because I know that there's many people out there that wouldn't agree with me, but I do think that it's history repeating itself with Mr. Foote, that he mistreats Katie, and I really do believe that. I really do. He shows a lot of disrespect to her in public forums. He interrupted her just when we watched them when they're interviewed by Lawrence on Fox and Friends. And it just kind of, it's not like a one-time thing where he decided to speak for her. Like, he totally cut her off, and instead of being like, "Oh, I'm sorry, honey, go ahead," he just, like, continues to barrel through the question. And I think that says a lot about how things are behind closed doors if they're like that in the public eye. We also saw him, like, disparaging her on Queen Bee, in my opinion, when he says, "Oh, you don't know nothing about music," and just the way he says it is, like, so um, just rude. That I don't think that he notices it, but I think that it definitely is what it is. Um, Unfortunately. And Gam Gam says, "I strongly feel if he was going to leave on his own terms, he would have definitely put shoes on." I think so too, especially with the weather being as cold as it was. He looked like he was cold at the Texas Roadhouse. But again, I know that, like, when my daughter was younger and things like that, she would do the same thing, like, not wear a coat. And I'd be like, "Are you cold?" And she's like, "No, I'm fine." So he might have told Katie, like, "I'm not cold." And then maybe, as the night got old, as the night went on, coming out of the Roadhouse, maybe he got a little bit chilly. So, just a thought. Lori. Hey, Dream. And Dream says, "After all this time, until something is found to the contrary, I fully believe someone has him." Yeah, Dream, that is a very, very strong possibility. Someone might have him still. Um, I know that whenever I first looked at the photo I enhanced, I thought his arm was around Chris's shoulder. And I thought maybe that was, like, when he was being carried. But for someone to have their arm around someone's shoulder, they would be helping, right? And so my first thought when I saw that was, it's a very strong possibility that he was helping and he was still alive, because we don't know. You're absolutely right. And there's certain things that I feel that way about until have proof or anything like that. Then I'm gonna feel the way that I feel. But I think that there's so much circumstantial evidence in this case that it's I think it's okay to speculate. I think that's really what we have right now is to speculate. Um so thank you, Lori. Thank you for saying that. And Tammy says, "Yes, the shoes get me. In my opinion, he would have put his shoes on." Yeah, I do too. I honestly do. You know. And see, Lori agrees with Dream. And Butter Biscuit says, "Can you imagine being in fear of your mom's husband and the belt issue? Did he take his own belt off or use Sebastian's before he made him put it on?" I don't know. That's a good question. He just says, "You don't have a belt on," and I whack kind of got him. So I'm thinking that he used Sebastian's belt. That was, like, maybe it was lying on his bed, or maybe it was in the floor, or maybe he forgot to put it on. And so I think he just, because it's not like, I think Chris is like a bragger, in my opinion, and I feel like he would have been like, "Yeah, I took my belt off and got him," but instead he said, "I just kind of got him." And then he's like, he goes to school and he tells his teacher, and he starts, bragging about the whole process of, CPS coming to the house and whatnot. And Couponing says, I agree. I thought about that too. Sebastian was protecting his mom. You can see even when the green hoodie interaction happens, um, and now, of course, law enforcement did say they debunked it, but in the same way, there was a little bit of a linger there, in my opinion. Well, quite a long linger, compared to, if you didn't know somebody or if you weren't handing something off to somebody, in my opinion. But you can tell that Sebastian is watching that green hoodie person like a hawk, and he's watching his mother, watching what she's doing, because he is protective of her. Um, there's no doubt in my mind that he loves his mother. Um, Reach for the Sky says absolutely about the shoes. And Butter Biscuit says, I believe he was wanting to leave. He would have just waited until his weekend with Seth. Oh, yes, if he was wanting to leave, yeah, he would have waited until his weekend with Seth. I think so too. I think there were little things that were happening and being said and that sort of thing that were making it to where he was kind of telling Seth that things were going wrong over there, like Mr. Chris and Mom don't like me very much, and things like, well, just basically that he wanted to come live with him. It was something that was kind of known, but there was nothing that could be done about it at that time because of the way the parenting plan was set up. And then also they couldn't get Sebastian into the online program. He was waitlisted, unfortunately. But I agree, Butter Biscuit, there must have been something there. Otherwise, I think he would have waited until the weekend. And yeah, that's a great point. I can definitely see that. And Dream says, I am my father's daughter, but I once took a broomstick to my dad when he was beating my mom. I was 5 years old. Oh my goodness, Dream. I am so sorry. Um, some kids, it takes them a long time to do something like that, and other kids, it doesn't take them as long to do that, and it didn't take you as long because you were only 5 years old. I'm sorry that that happened to you, and I'm sorry that that happened to your mother. You had to watch that. Um, I just have a feeling that maybe Sebastian was getting to that point where he was sick of it, sick of the crap, sick of the bullying, sick of the name calling, whatever was going on in the house. Um, because we can't forget what Tony said the night that they went over the CPS reports with Mr. and Mrs. E's crime cast. Um, he definitely said that Katie wasn't the one that was doing anything, but she was getting in trouble for leaving Sebastian in that environment. And then also claimed that Katie said she was scared. Um, so I can't ever like get that off of my heart. Um, I just really think that there's a lot to be said about that. And then In the Shape of a Heart says, I seriously try to keep an open mind, but there is so much that points to both these POS playing a major role in the SWDR disappearance. Grr. I get angry I get angry at them so often. Lock them up, game over. I do too, In the Shape of a Heart. Like, it's one thing that I just, even when I try and think about it in a different way or different light, it always brings me back to what they've said in their interviews. And that's really all we have, is what they've said in the interviews. And I don't know many parents who would, um, make fun of their child for not liking bugs and seem like they're like making fun of him. That's the hardest part for me to get over. Um, when Chris was asked straight out, hey, have you ever called him the R word? And it was forced to, for the person interviewing, for him to say that to her. It was like forced. He was like, what's the R word? And being a jerk about it. He knew damn well what the R word was. But he just wanted to be, a major butthole about it. And Baba Rose says, how did Edgar get all those marks on his arms? They are not from a Morkie, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think so either. Because those dogs are so small. Like, Their little Morkies are tiny, tiny little things, and I don't think that that was due to them. And then also, there are pictures that are done kind of a comparison where it's showing the marks that he had, and then it's showing Sebastian's teeth, and they're very similar, and it's kind of quite eerie, in my opinion, to see that, you know. Hey Norma, thank you for being here. Norma says y'all keep y'all, KP might have told the cops what he's done. We don't know what's going on, but let's pray. We will pray with you, Norma. Thank you for your comment, because we don't know. We don't know what's been said. We don't know. Initially, the Proud Feet were getting updates from law enforcement. You know, and now they've lawyered up. And so I think it's kind of different. I don't know when exactly they, you know, when's the last time they spoke with law enforcement. But, you know, once you lawyer up, the police will not talk to you unless your lawyer is present, right? We saw it in different body cams. You know, yesterday I was watching the body cam for, oh gosh, now her name just slipped my mind, but it was the mother that took her 2 little boys' lives. They were so adorable. But I was watching her body cam video, and just some of the things that she was saying was completely out of this world. But they read her Miranda rights, and she never asked for a lawyer. She just kept on talking. But the minute that she says, I want my lawyer, then they would, you know, go from there, either letting her leave and stopping the questioning altogether, or waiting for her lawyer to be present, just depending on what, you know, what was going to be done moving forward. So, you know, there's that. But in the shape of the heart, in the shape of a heart says, so sorry you had to witness and endure that at such a young age. Any age is bad, but that was so young. I agree. And Trishy says Norma 100%. Tammy says, in my honest opinion, I truly believe the bite mark is from Sebastian. Yeah, I think so too, especially after I saw the comparison. You know, dental records don't lie, and they've been you know, key turning points in cases. We've seen it all over true crime. You know, when there is a bite mark, they can usually match that up to whoever it belongs to, using dental records. So, Holly S says, God, that makes me so sad to think of him seeing his mom hit and trying to protect her. It does me too, Holly S. And, you know, like I said, just, you know, as boys get older, they realize that they're a little stronger than they were when they were, you know, a couple years younger. And I think that it's probably something that did happen, where he was witnessing some type of violence between his mother and stepfather. And that's just a very helpless feeling when you're a young kid. It really is. It's a very helpless feeling. And sometimes that bottles up, right? And there's no outlet for it. So it's very possible, in my opinion, that could happen. And Dream says it really forces me to see the world much differently. Absolutely. You know, when you lose kind of that trust in one parent or another, and no parent is perfect, it does change who you are. It changes how you think. And Lori says, I agree, Tammy. And Barbara Rose says, I'm watching little Evelyn's trial, and Megan has told nothing but lies, just like Edgar, in my opinion. Oh, did she take the stand, Barbara Rose? I haven't watched it. I followed that case, you know, as it was happening and that sort of thing. But I haven't watched any of the trial coverage. I'm going to have to go and catch up, and maybe we can talk a little bit about baby Boswell, because she's just For one, I think the name Evelyn is so cute. I always like traditional names, and I think Evelyn is a beautiful name. She looked just like her mother. I don't know. And Holly S says such a betrayal. I agree, Holly. A big betrayal. Um, I can't imagine. Aw. Thank you, Lori. And Norma says, I'm so mad at CPS. The system sucks. Yeah, I do. I know there are so many people out there that are overworked and underappreciated when it comes to the social workers, but I do get so frustrated with these cases when I see, children like Harmony Montgomery, like Sebastian, like there's just so many. I think there's too many to even count. Josh and Susan Powell's children. We have just so many. Just way too many. Little Joshy McCoy, he was another one. 6 years old, nonverbal, used his cell phone to communicate. He could read and write by the time he was 2 years old because that was how he communicated. And he's found with his mother's tire tracks right near his little body. It's just unbelievable. And Baba Rose says, I would like to know what Sebastian told his grandmother. I would too. I know that he told her some things and he swore her to secrecy. So I think they had to have been pretty bad for her to have been sworn to secrecy. It's very sad, and my heart goes out to Grandma Robin. It really does. She just doesn't deserve anything like that. She just doesn't. Especially the backlash that she received. It's just too bad for Sebastian too. It's just too bad. And of course, hindsight's always 20/20. So usually we can make a perfect decision looking back, but when we're in it, it's very difficult. And especially when somebody confides in you and tells you that, swears you to secrecy, it's hard to know what to do because you don't want to lose their trust. You don't want to betray them. You don't want to make things worse on them, because what if she did tell, and then the next thing you know, he's not allowed to talk to Grandma when he's here, and he's not allowed to be around her. And what if Chris would start yelling at her? And what if Seth, like they thought would happen, got upset and did something that, would get him in trouble and lose his job? I think that was the major basis for Sebastian saying, please don't tell, because he knew that his dad would be upset about it, and rightfully so. I mean, there's no reason for that. And Couponing says, yes, in my opinion too. CP bragged about how LE told them how clean their electronics are. Yes, Couponing, that is a great point. He did brag about that, and he's like, oh, when we say we lock it down, we lock it down. And it's like, okay, but you're locking down a kid's cell phone, and he's going to be 15 years old. I think that if he could be a latchkey kid and come home and have that type of independence, I think that he could have a little bit more screen time. However, Katie did say that they use it as a positive reinforcement rather than a free-for-all. So we do know that he was Googling things like, does Taylor Swift like blonde boys, which is really cute. And I know that was something that was kind of embarrassing that he wouldn't want us really talking too much about, according to Katie. But just the fact that she brought that up, to kind of detour the conversation away from Chris being a total asshole on panel, is, I think, why she decided to kind of share that. But obviously he knew how to operate, the internet, and if he could do that much, and he knew that you can ask the internet questions, right? He was also said to have looked up what to do about bullying, or what to do about if you're being bullied. Seth said that. Seth said he would allow him to have the screen time, but he would be behind the scenes kind of watching what he was doing and getting notifications, which is, in my opinion, the way that I would do things, the way that I did do things when my daughter was using the internet and things like that. There were certain apps that were off limits. We did not use those apps, but then we had other ones that were okay to use, and just monitoring it, because I paid for the cell phone. So I took that upon myself, to make sure that there wasn't anything kind of going on in that regard. But you can't watch every single thing your kids do. That's the hard part. You do have to trust them a little bit to make good decisions that you've taught them to make. And so, it is what it is there. But Butter Biscuit says, Sebastian loved Katie, and I feel she loved him. I feel that was an issue when Sebastian had to go for Chris to get custody of his daughter. Katie may be a victim at this point. Yeah. Looking back, there's pictures of Katie and Sebastian. She looks like a very proud mother. They even showed one in the clip with Lawrence. The only problem that I had with those pictures is they were all old pictures. They were not new pictures that were shown in the interview. And again, it just makes me wonder why. Even the green tea video, you can tell he's much younger in this, because when we hear his voice at his 15th birthday party, it's more of a deeper voice, as in, a boy that has his voice changing, and things like that. So thank you, Lori. Yes, welcome in everybody that's coming in. And Dream says, Norma, they are totally overwhelmed, and frankly, some workers are not attentive or good at what they do. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. And it's hard. It's hard because, they have, it's like so many cases. I should say the ratio of cases to workers is kind of an astronomical number. Most of the time you'll see them have such a heavy caseload that it's really hard for them to keep up with the cases too. So I understand that some of them probably work their tails off, and I really believe, and I've seen a lot of people talking about this too, that we need to have a better system in place too, like state to state, when it comes to CPS, and then also just better practices on how we can, eliminate this. Because if it was something that was state specific, then I would say that, like Massachusetts, for example. Okay, so if it was something specific to Massachusetts, then maybe they need to get some help and rethink or, redo some of their policies. But these are things that we're seeing all over the place. So with Harmony Montgomery, it was over in Manchester. With Joshua McCoy, it was up in Idaho, I believe. So it happens all over the place. We see this in Tennessee. We see it with Summer and Sebastian. So if it was like state specific, I would think that there just needed to be some revamping in those, specific states, but we see it all over the place across the board. So it makes it very difficult. And Norma says, right, I know it's a lot. Yeah. And, and it's not all of everybody's fault. It's, it's the system. It really is, in my opinion. And Butter Biscuit says, I packed a garbage bag at 5 years old, waited till I couldn't see my mom's house, and ran back dragging that trash bag. All Butter Biscuit. Oh my goodness. And see, that's the thing, like, you bring stuff with you. It's not like you're gonna just go out there with nothing, and even at 5 years old. So I know that Chris and Katie said that Sebastian wasn't necessarily his age in terms of like emotionally and developmentally. He still was a little bit younger. But in the same way, it's very difficult for me to think that he would have been like have the mindset of that of a 5-year-old. So even at 5 years old, you did know to bring things with you, and things like that, especially like your favorite toys. When you're little, you might not think about a snack or water, but you would bring your favorite toys. Like I had a little baby doll that I just loved, and I would have brought her with me. So there's just certain little things like his Switch. I think that he really enjoyed his Switch, and I don't think he would have left without it. Um, yeah, Holly S. Whenever Tony was going over the CPS reports, he had mentioned that Katie said that she was scared, and that's why she didn't leave the situation. So, because CPS was upset with her that she was allowing Sebastian to live in that situation. So it makes me wonder, were all of the CPS reports being made against something that happened to Sebastian, or was it some of them happening to Katie? But the fact that she didn't leave, they were telling her that she was, not making good decisions by her son and things like that. Um, so it's sad. Hey, Carol Lovett, good to see you. And Carol Lovett says, I thought KP knew martial arts. I'm not sure if she knew the martial arts, but I know she was like a fighter in the Navy. I don't know what type of fighting they did. Excuse me, if it was like, like how you see in like the olden movies where they're like boxing, what is it? That movie Pearl Harbor, where they're kind of boxing and then they're like taking bets and stuff like that around. I'm not sure if that's what what kind of fighting that she did in the Navy, but I know that I did hear that she did fighting in the Navy, allegedly. Yeah, in the shape of a heart, he is so cocky, and it is maddening. Like, I don't even know. And couponing says, I protected my mom from getting hit anymore in my younger years. Yeah, couponing, I'm so sorry you had to go through that too. And it just gets to the point where you don't want it to happen anymore, and you're like, you're not going to do this to her no more. I completely understand. Hey, Limelight Girl, good to see you. Carol was, okay, Baba Rose says, Carol, she was trained as an MMA fighter. Okay, so if we think about MMA fighters, guys, they're like used to like grappling. It's like kind of, well, it's mixed martial arts. So yeah, it would be martial art. And it would be, different fighting styles, in terms of like grappling on the ground. It's not something that I'm too versed in, but I've watched some MMA fights in the past. And Carol says, they said he was trained in the military to, or excuse me, they said she was trained in the military to fight. Yeah, absolutely. And you do learn combat, hand-to-hand combat skills in the armed forces. So there's no doubt in my mind that she wasn't trained, but maybe that was something that was also like a specialty of hers. I never really looked into their Navy time per se, but I have heard the different, like when I heard she wasn't a fighter, I was like, oh, wow, that's something that's interesting, and means that she's a tough girl. But again, the hard part is that when you're in a, when you're being mistreated in a relationship like that, and somebody's breaking you down, somebody that you love, who is supposed to love you too, is just breaking you down, you tend to lose your self-worth and your self-esteem, and you start believing the things that they're telling you. Same thing with when they, mark you up, give you a shiner. It takes away who you were before. You don't want to go outside. You don't want people to see you in that way. It's embarrassing. And so I think that too is just like a big hit on your self-esteem and self-worth, because you feel like a piece of crap that your significant other is knocking you around, and they're not loving you the way that you deserve to be loved. So it's that. But yeah, Carol, so it's just mixed martial arts. So let's see, like the UFC fighters, they do MMA. They have like, they're usually in like a ring, and then it's like, it is like weight divisions, like boxing, regular boxing, but in this one, you know, they don't wear boxing gloves. It's just a little bit different. The points is different and everything like that. I'm not as versed in it as I would be like boxing. Um, and Norma says, when I hear CP, his voice makes me sick to my stomach. Do you know if they are together? I seen that. Yeah, I don't know, Norma. I'm not sure. I've heard mixed reviews, but I'm not 100% on that. I would have to kind of figure that out. The thing about when you are in that type of a toxic relationship, even if you do leave, there's no guarantee that you're not gonna go back to it. One thing is because of fear. Another thing would be because you still love that person and you think that they're gonna change. And then another would be like a mixture of those things where you love them, you just want them to stop acting like that. But they never will, unfortunately, unless they get themselves some really, a lot of help. It takes a lot of help, right? I don't think it's something that somebody could ever. I mean, they might stop doing it, but I would think you would have to go through a lot of counseling and get a lot of help for that to happen. Um, because it doesn't just get better on its own. It doesn't just. Thanks, Limelight Girl, for that too. Our Dream says, couponing, we grow into being protective over anyone who is at risk or under any threat. That it's right. And I think that's why people do develop the PTSD, the complex PTSD, and the reason why is because you're always in that fight or flight mode, right? And it's just well, there's four: fight, flight, freeze, or appease. And so those are the ways that people cope with that very primal reaction to being mistreated. And so there's that. And even if you are a mixed martial artist and you know how to handle yourself, sometimes it's difficult because especially there's a reason why men and women don't fight in the same weight classes. It's not like you could take 130-pound woman and 130-pound man and put them in the same arena together. There's a reason why that's not done. It's because no matter what, after puberty, men are stronger than women are, and we're no match for them. And so it's just how it is biologically speaking. That's why we don't fight, when we go into weight classes and things like that, we'll fight a woman of the same weight class than us, but we're not going to fight a man like that. She wasn't fighting men in the Navy. I almost said Marines, in the Navy, but she was fighting other women. You know what I mean? So, but a man who is also trained in combat, like Chris was, or is, it's no match. No matter how strong the woman is, it's no match. And Just Me says, I believe those marks were from KK when they had an argument that night. Could be Just Me. I mean, if we think about it, and Chris was not anywhere near the home, let's just say that he wasn't. Let's say he was actually, in Mississippi or wherever he said he was in Memphis, excuse me. Let's just say he was in Memphis. Who else would have done it? Who else could have been there to hurt Sebastian besides Katie? So that's still, I keep an open mind about that because although we don't have any type of proof of alibi for Chris, we think that his truck may have been located through geofencing in the area. Um, there's still a strong possibility that that's not true. You know, yeah, the serious fighting, yeah. I mean, it takes a lot of effort too to do the mixed martial arts because you're like grappling in the floor with somebody and going back and forth. It's kind of almost like a wrestling type of a thing too, fighting style. Um, And Butter Biscuit says Katie and Chris should feed off of each other, run a tight ship, and they both treated Sebastian badly. Yeah, or she says they could feed off of each other. I think that's true too. I think after a while, I think Katie started being in on some of the mean things that were going on with Sebastian. I think that she was allowing a lot of it to happen, and I think that at a certain point she probably didn't know what to do anymore. Unfortunately, you know. Thank you, Lori, for the green hearts. And Norma says, yes, when I first seen this case, it was the bite marks. I seen You Never Know. KP might have been getting beat, in my opinion. So, yeah, it's so sad. It is so sad. And I really hope that I'm reading the situation wrong, but it's absolutely horrific knowing that she went through that. Hey, Kaika, good to see you, hon. And in the Barbara Rose says, in the shape of a heart, Justin had them on his show, on his channel. So, and Barbara Rose says, not yet, but with police investigators. And guys, they've been investigating this. They stopped the search day 8 and they turned it over into an investigation at that point. And so let's not forget they did search the Kentucky landfill. So they also revamped and did a whole other search back in April, and that was the last time we've known of like a large scale search, right? We saw a big presence back in April, and then also with the United Cajun Navy, they came down too. So and Butter Biscuit says Baba Rose Megan is a prime example of how guilty parents can lie. Yes, and I'm trying to think of that lady's name too. Tiffany something or other. Oh gosh, what is her name? I was just watching the body cam and she unalived her 2 young boys with the pew pew, right? And she like went into the police station and like she's like, I shot myself in the ear and there was nothing there. It didn't even have like a graze mark or anything. She's like, I shot myself in the ear and all of this, and like a lot of the things that she was saying were off. She also said that she did this because like somebody was telling her to do it through the internet and all of this stuff. Like they will come up with any excuse, Butter Biscuit. I agree. And it's just to save their own ass, really, in my opinion. Casey Anthony, yes. With baby Kaylee, yes. I mean, she told all kinds of lies. She was like, oh, she's with Zanny the nanny, and telling them that she even held on to her lie when they went to Disney, and until they said, you don't work here, and to everybody that was involved in there, she was still holding that lie, like, I work here. So Norma says, I can't watch that case about that baby. I just can't. Oh, it's so sad. It is so sad. And the parents, the grandparents, just awful what they went through, what they were accused of doing, just all of it. And Baba Rose says it was tough today when they showed evidence. I bet, especially when, not to say it's not hard seeing Sebastian when he's 15, but I mean, just a little baby, it is definitely hard. I'm glad that they have evidence though to get her. I'm glad. Yes, and Limelight Girl says it's a big problem here in New Mexico. Yeah, I believe it, especially when the judge let Faith come to Tennessee after Sebastian had been missing. It's just crazy, you know, it's just crazy. Hey, Hope Floats. Hey, if you will please leave a leave a comment on this video, I'll get you modded up too, because I was looking for comments and I know you have, but if you could just put one in this one and then I'll mod you after, because I can't do it from here, unfortunately. Hey, Vic, good to see you. In my opinion, some essay was going on. Norma, you might be right, depending on what he might have told Grandma, you know. Hey, Marley, good to see you. Oh, no, that's all right, honey. You're not late. You're not late. We're just going over some things with Sebastian, and then we're going to go into Crystal's case. Hey, Star, good to see you, honey. And Dream says, Norma, me neither. Sebastian's case in my eyes, the last child's case, I genuinely can't. My eyes don't stop crying and my heart is too sensitive. Oh, Dream, I'm so sorry, hon. It is so hard. You know, that's why I always take Sunday off, because it's a lot to go over every single day. It really is. It really is. Hey, Chief. Good to see you, hon. Chief says, can anybody answer my question? Did Ellie come out and say that CP was beating KP? You know, they have never done that. They have never said anything about the ABUSC of Sebastian or of KP. So I've never heard anything. If you guys have, definitely let us know in the or down here in chat, and we can discuss that. But no, I've never heard them bring it up, not one single time. So, and Butter Biscuit says, I ran away because I was in trouble. My mom watched me run away and back, and she said, now put your clothes up, you're grounded. Aw. You know, and I think all of us, when we were little, we decided to do that. I really do. I know I did. So I didn't make it very far, but you know, in the shape of a heart, it says, dang, Lori, glad I saw your comment. I usually hit the thumbs up as soon as I enter. Completely forgot tonight because I was so excited. Aw, I'm so glad that you caught the live too. Thank you. In the shape of a heart. You're so sweet. That is so sweet. You guys make me blush. I can't hardly read like the comments, but you guys are so sweet like that. And Star says, yeah, no, Chief, I don't think so. There needs to be a nationwide CPS reporting. I think I'm going to make some calls. Baba Rose, that's a good idea. I guess we would write the federal government for that one. How did you say? Nationwide CPS. Yeah, or at least a big database that they can all access these records. I think that would really, really help. Thank you, Star, for hitting that like. You know, Chief, the reason why I believe this is because I myself have gone through that type of ABUSE. I was married to a narcissist who had antisocial personality disorder as well as narcissistic personality disorder, and reminds me a lot of CP. I can't even say reminds me a lot of, it's like the same person. And his first 4 marriages, the women have endured this. The children in his 4th marriage, Nina's children, have endured this. The child that they have together has endured physical harm, as well as Sebastian. So that's where it's coming from. And I do believe that it's being inflicted on Katie. And I hope I'm wrong, but I cannot discount it. And I will not discount it. It's my opinion, and that's how I feel. If you can't see it that way, I understand, but it's not going to change the way that I feel unless I see some kind of proof that it's not happening. Because in my opinion, if it happened for the first 4 wives, it's definitely happening to the 5th wife. I used to think it was all my fault too. Until I saw the way that my ex-husband treated his current, well, they're divorcing. So his ex-wife, other ex-wife, you know, she called me and told me what was happening, and it was the same thing that he did to me. So after that, I was able to go back to my counselor and therapist, telling them what happened, because it did bother me a lot knowing that it was happening to somebody else like that. So they don't change unless they go and get some help, which narcissists rarely do. Butter Biscuit says Katie may not be talking because Chris is controlling talks and she may slip up. Absolutely. But here's the thing, you know, Chris slipped up many times and said things like, oh, if Sebastian went out the window, we would have all woke up. We would have heard him. He also says that there's a Ring camera right across the street and he would have been picked up on the Ring camera, but the only door he would have went out would be the front door. Things like that. He also spilled the beans about Katie not putting the dogs away when he's home, that they sleep in the bed with her. So it's like, he might think he's doing a better job, but that's just his narcissistic ego speaking. It's not, you know, what everybody else sees. It's those delusions of grandeur that narcissists have, in my opinion. And in the shape of a heart says, I heard somewhere that KP did have martial arts training. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Hey, Island, good to see you. And Island says, Chief, no, but CP did say he used a belt on Sebastian for not wearing a belt. Women in abusive relationship tend to hide about being abused because of shame and guilt. Absolutely. Those are the two biggest reasons. Thank you, Island, for your comment. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. And guys, I think this would be a good segue. Hey, Mally Cat, good to see you, sweetheart. Thank you for those green hearts for Sebastian. And Lori says, hell, he beat Sebastian and all the other wives. I wonder if he's abusing KP. Yeah, that's what makes me believe that. And then also, when she was on the reels, she looked like she had a bit of a shiner right here, and that she put some makeup on right over here, like a concealer or something like that, and that it had wiped off because you could faintly see a tiny bruise underneath her eye that looked like it came from a shiner. And that was the first kind of proof that I noticed. And you all pointed it out to me. You all let me know that. I never noticed it before. So... And Butter Biscuit says her self-worth may be destroyed by the family she married, in my opinion, but I don't trust her. Yeah, Butter Biscuit, I will tell you that that happens as well, as the family members, or the flying monkey, so to speak, will unfortunately make you feel bad about reporting it, about showing up to court, about keeping an RO in place. I've dealt with all of that firsthand. So, Carol says, yes, I know that firsthand. You know, I mean, it just happens, guys. They're not original. These people that do this, they are not original. Like, they're so pegged for it. It's just that when you're in the abusive relationship, you don't realize it because you love that person and you don't want to believe that that person doesn't love you, or that person doesn't, you know, wants bad for you. And In the Shape of a Heart says, I believe, in my opinion, the reason CP has had so many wives is because he gets better benefits from the service for housing and many other things that he wouldn't get if he was single. I agree with that 100%. And mostly because it's the truth. A lot of times, if you're a single, well, every time, sorry, every time when you're single, you get less benefits when you are serving than if you're married. You also, you know, get housing and things like that you wouldn't get if you were a single person. So, you know, there's that. And Norma says, when do y'all think he will get justice and be found? I'm so thinking he's not with us anymore. That breaks my heart. My son is 16 and it KILLs me, and I think I think KP may have not done this on her own and was forced. I think that's a very strong possibility, Norma. I think it's a very strong possibility that she didn't want this and that it was an ultimatum. And I don't know whether she chose Mr. Foot over Sebastian or if he left her with no choice. I don't know. I don't know. And Star says, Lori, it's not hard it's not a hard leap to make. And I don't think it is either. Hey, Bubbly Beth, good to see you. Good to see you. Bubbly Beth says, hey everyone, I'm watching from my TV. I left my kid's dad when he took a picnic bench and chucked it at me. Oh my goodness, Bubbly Beth. I was holding on one of my twins. He was horrible to me, but nobody does anything to my kids. That's right. That's right. And believe me, they try to push the envelope the more that we allow it, you know. And I don't mean that in any type of bad way. It's just more or less like how it goes down, you know. Chief says, yes, I know about the belt used on Sebastian. So if LE didn't come out and say that about CP was beating KP, then I'll assume that it's more fabricated true crime BS. I mean, it's up to you, Chief. You know, you are entitled to your opinion. I just really, I had that theory in the beginning about KP. I even think that like some of the evidence that was found by At Night suggested this as well. Whenever they tried to get a hold of her to speak with her, they even gave her an option to call on her own without him knowing, kind of a safe out for her. She did not take it, but I'm not the first or only one to think this way, and I actually had it as a theory in the beginning, and I'm just revisiting it now because it just rings so true, especially now that we know more information about Chris's ex-wives and things like that. And Bubbly Beth says, I divorced him, and when my 4 kids grew up, they realized what kind of dad they had. And that's heartbreaking, Bubbly Beth. It is. I understand that. I let my kids make up their own minds, and I never spoke bad about him, even to this day. And that's so important, you know. I'm so glad that you were able to get away from him, and I'm so glad that they were able to make that decision without, you know, your input, because it is their dad. And that is the hardest thing. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. But for you to recognize that their feelings are more important than your own, that makes you a really good mom, in my opinion. And Norma says, my best friend went through this and her husband hurt her, plus, oh goodness, unalived a girl and her son. Now she's not the same person after him making her see this. Yeah, Norma, and I've heard the same things about CP's ex-wives, that they're just not the same people anymore, that they're constantly looking over their shoulder, that the relationships they tried to get into afterwards have failed because of the trauma. And In the Shape of a Heart says, there are so many facets to this case, so many questions, many things don't add up. I know they have to have a slam dunk case and they only get one chance at it. They keep saying no evidentiary value. Yeah, absolutely. In The Shape of a Heart, they have to get it right, you know, otherwise it'll be all for naught. So I appreciate your comment. Thank you. Thank you, Bubbly Beth. All right. Yay. And Star says, Bubbly Beth, that is the best you can do. Same with my son. I never spoke badly. He didn't know until adulthood that his BSD, oh goodness, Star, stabbed me, and when I was pregnant with him. Oh my goodness. Oh, Star. I'm sorry, honey. I mean, strong women, guys. You guys are some strong women in here. I'm telling you what. And I'm glad you're all still here. And Island says, we are all assuming due to that video that looks like a knot or KP's forehead at Chief. If If no one has been through narcissist abuse, count that as a blessing. Absolutely. It's a total mind fuck. Until you've been with a narcissist, you will not know. And it's true. And guys, it's not just men that have narcissistic personality disorder. Women do too. So, and Chief says, what video I want to watch, the actual interview, not what some YouTube channel covered. Yeah, I mean, what video? Which video you're talking about? Which one? The only video I played tonight was the one with Fox and Friends interview with Katie and Chris on March 28th, 2024. And Limelight Girl says, when I was 4 years old, my sister was 9. She got mad at my mom because my mom was making meat for dinner, and she had decided she was suddenly a vegetarian. LOL. Anyway, she threatened to run away over it, and I freaked out and begged my sister to take me with her. She told me to pack my stuff while she packed a backpack with clothes and her Walkman. Walkman, I love it. Limelight Girl says, I grabbed my pillow and I was ready. We ran away to the side of the house and stayed behind a bush. Until we heard my mom and dad walking up and down the street calling our names. Then we came out. Aw, that's so cute. I'm so glad you guys didn't go far away. I'm sure you were adorable, so I mean, all those crazies out there. Norma says, what if the whole thing was caught on what if the whole thing was caught on camera? It's got to be close to justice. Yes, he probably made her do it. I'm hoping, guys. I'm hoping that it's coming soon. I really am. I pray for it every day. And Limelight Girl says, the whole point of the story is that we both knew to take stuff with us. I was 4 and my sister had just turned 9. We didn't make smart choices on the stuff we took, but we still took stuff. Exactly. And when you're little, you don't think of the good things. You're like, I got to take my dolls. I got to, my favorite toys. Candy or something that's not healthy, right? That wouldn't sustain you if you were out there, It's not like we would choose probably like an apple or oranges or something like that. Water, things like that. So, thank you for sharing that, Limelight Girl. I appreciate it. Hey, Meow. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, guys. I'm going to shift gears a little bit tonight because I have some clips for us to watch. And, hey, Ann Reynolds, good to see you, sweetheart. An unnamed true crime channel. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for being here. I'm about to play Crystal McCrory Jones's videos now that I've uploaded, and so we're gonna go ahead and switch backgrounds really quick. And that's why I have the purple up, guys, for Crystal. It was her favorite color. It also represents DV awareness. And this is going to be our background tonight. And good to see you, Lady Roses. And we have in the far right corner, we have a picture of Tony Jones. Right next to him is Chuck Harris, who did the well check on our Crystal. We have Alan Irby all the way to the far left, and in the middle there next to him is going to be Sheriff Matthews. Sheriff Scott Matthews is in this phone call. And absolutely, Island. It's not only physical, mental, emotional, financial, any way to isolate you from people, any way to turn you against your family or your friends, any way to keep you away from them, because you're not going to want to go have a shiner on your eye. You're not going to want to go over and see your friends when there's bruises all over you. It's very shameful. It's very shameful. Hope Floats, this is in Louisiana. So Oak Grove, Louisiana. Oh, Jason Jensen is looking into Crystal's case. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. That is so very cool. Unnamed True Crime Channel. Hey, that's a victory. That is a victory. I've tried adding a couple people to this, so I'm so glad he picked it up. I am friends with him on Facebook. He does great work. So go, Jason. Yes, that is amazing. Oh my gosh, you just made my whole freaking night. Thank you. Thank you, hon. Okay, let's get into this. Wow, that is really promising. Okay, so we're going to start out here. And just bear with me here. We have Sebastian. Okay.
Y'all have to excuse me. I got a sciatic nerve that's this is on. Pretty good. So anyway, all right, guys. So thank y'all for coming in, reaching out to me. Like I told you yesterday, Jan, I had called and texted, and we couldn't connect for whatever reason.
I honestly think it's my phone. Couldn't place a call this morning to a 1-800 number was saying, so I honestly think that was my phone.
Penny, when she called me yesterday and we were talking about it, and I said, well, please call and let her know that she can call me directly. And so anyway, I'm thankful that we connected here. So anyway,
thank you for taking time.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We really appreciate it.
Well, that's not an issue. So.
We just kind of, we've got some concerns. Okay. I've kind of called, and you know, I know as a sheriff that none of this probably rises to the burden of proof of any kind of foul play or wrongdoing, but to us, it just, you know, it raises some serious red flags. One of the first things that kind of caught me is because, you know, I've been talking to Tony throughout this whole thing, and just the timeline of events is concerning to me. Because
I'm gonna kind of take some notes as
sure
as we go along. And excuse my messy desk here.
I've seen much worse. Okay, well, he told me, you know, this is just me and him speaking, that he had been working at the school all day and had started, you know, trying to get into, he said he spoke with Crystal at 10:06 in the morning, but that he had been working at the school all day long. And when he left school to go, you know, that's when he, you know, was getting ready to leave the school, and he called to see if Crystal had made it to her doctor's appointment, and found out that she hadn't. And he was at the karate school, and that's why he called, I guess, Deputy Matthews to go over and check on the house, or Deputy Harris, I'm sorry, to go and check on the house. Well, here's the thing. We've located his cell phone in Bastrop on that day. He never mentioned anything to me about going to Bastrop, anything like that. And I'm going to touch on some things, and Janet's going to show you the proof we found on a laptop that she obtained that used to belong to my sister. Apparently, she had some concerns with his whereabouts as well. So anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. But, so that kind of caught me off guard that, like, okay, he's telling me that he's at the school all day and didn't leave until he was done. He checked out of school, and they went to the karate school. Didn't say anything about being in Bastrop whatsoever. And another time we were talking, I was asking him about some things, and we were talking after they had found the shell casing. And I was asking him, I was like, well, you know, to me, that's kind of a red flag, because it's such a small bedroom. It's a 15 by 15 bedroom. It's not like you're looking for shell casing outside in those parking lots.
Let me very quickly address that before we get too far off of that. You have to know and understand, sometimes a shell casing is very hot when it ejects from a pistol.
Right.
And when it hits something, it may stick to it.
Right.
We, after we could not locate the casing within the room, because I'm telling you,
y'all looked, I know you did.
We looked hard.
I know you did. And so did cleaners, that's what I'm getting at.
So we kind of assumed, okay, it could have possibly been in her hair,
Right, I get that.
That, and I may touch a nerve here, okay?
That's
So
okay.
please bear with me. The blood that was in her hair, blood very sticky.
Right.
Okay, possibly it's in her hair, possibly it's within her clothing.
Correct.
That she had on. She had on a robe, a bathrobe. It's possible that it could be within that robe.
Right.
So when they do an autopsy, their body is sent to the autopsy to the doctor just as we find it.
Right.
Robe, clothes, and all. We were hoping that casing
Right.
would be found by the doctor when he does the autopsy.
That makes complete, perfect sense. I
Okay.
get that, but what my concern is...
Okay, so hold it,
Okay.
bear with me. So after Tony calls and says, hey, I found the casing, here's where it was at.
Yeah.
Alan, my chief deputy, goes back and he looks at the photos that he took. There's the shell casing in the photo.
In a picture, okay.
It's there.
Okay, that alleviates that concern.
So the makeup stand, we did not search it with a fine-tooth comb like we did everything else, because it was 5 to 6 feet.
Right.
Y'all know how far it was
Right.
from the bed. It's 5 to 6 feet, probably, maybe even further than that. We just did not search that top of that
Right. Okay.
makeup stand, maybe like we should have.
Okay.
But again, there in the photo, you can plainly see the shell casing is laying.
Okay. That'll leave
How 5 sets of eyes overlooked that?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, so 5 sets of eyes overlooked it. So let me show you this again. The shell casing was found all the way over there. It's said that Crystal did this to herself, but the shell casing ended up all the way over there on the makeup stand. This is the makeup stand after. This is the makeup stand when it was searched. This is the makeup stand when Tony found the shell casing. This is the makeup stand when they said the shell casing is there, but you can clearly see it's not there in the picture. You can see that her hair dryer is sitting on the bench, and that all of the items that are here from this original crime scene photo are in different spots. Here's an even closer view. You can see her hair dryer is sitting on there next to her straightener, her clip, and her hairbrush. She's got some makeup on the stand. This is it. This is it the day. This is her makeup stand the day that her life was taken. And this is the makeup stand when they found the shell casing. 7 days later, found by her husband, Tony. All the way over there. Now, I don't know if we have people in our chat who are familiar with the way that firearms are work, how they're used, how a casing may fall. But there's no way in my mind that this could have shot across the room like that. You know, Island says, I really can't comprehend people who would lie and cover up the truth and live and sleep in peace. I agree. I agree. Vapor, good to see you. Thank you for being here, honey. He says, let me just say this. If she would have done this to herself in the left temple, then the ejection point would have been pointing at the bed. I agree 100%. I think the farthest that this casing would have been on the floor near the bed. That would be, I mean, but Vapor, are you familiar with firearms? Could you help us out a little bit on this? Because I know how to shoot. I'm a really good shot, but when it comes to like ballistics and how this would have transpired, I still can't find any research on how it would end up like all the way across the room. You know what I'm saying? Um, hey, Women's Warrior, good to see you, sweetheart. He says very much. I mean, it's just like unbelievable to me. I just can't understand it. Um, don't call him honey, he's a brat. Oh no. Oh, that's okay. I like his brattiness. We need a brat in this case. Unnamed True Crime Channel. We do. We need people that are like, feisty, because these officers are acting very out of character for who we would think that they should be acting like. It's amazing to me. It's heartbreaking to me, And so Women's Warrior says it's unbelievable how much it goes on that LE look after their own. In my work, I have had to really challenge LE at times when a perpetrator has been a police officer. That is the hardest part for me, because I really try to back the blue, Women's Warrior, and I know it's just very hard when we have to go against what we think they would be doing or what they should be doing. It's very out of the ordinary to me in this case. The level of unprofessionalism, the way that the family is treated during this phone call, it's like sickening to me. Vapor, thank you for your service. He says, I was Special Forces sniper. So you're very aware of ballistics. Yes. Okay, thank you. And Unnamed True Crime Channel says Vapor has extensive training. Well, I'm so glad you're here, because I would really like to have a deeper understanding of just how this would be possible, how it would be probable. How could this happen? Keep in mind, guys, like Crystal's brother mentions, this crime scene was cleaned after this happened, right? And so with that being said, I would think someone would have found this, especially because everything was moved around on her makeup stand. It was completely different than it was on the day that 5 sets of eyes missed this very important piece of evidence, in my opinion. Bubbly Beth says, with the first picture not having it in the picture, it's been put out there. Someone is trying to cover their arse here. If she did it to herself, it would be right by her by her body or the ceiling. Absolutely. And it was supposed to be a downward trajectory. So where the actual bullet went was behind their bed, right behind their bed. And it was stuck in the wall. And that was in the crime scene photos, Star says, thank you, Vapor. And Hope Floats asks Vapor, I bet your friends like you to go hunting, then they don't have to. That's funny, Hope Floats. That's funny. Yeah, reach for the sky. It is awful. It's awful. It's like even a person who doesn't have the knowledge, like myself, because I'm not afraid to say that, it's like, it's so clear as day to me, Lady Roses, thank you, honey. She says, cover up is the game. And Tammy Carr says, same here, Star, bruises heal, not that easy for the emotional aspect of it. Yeah, it's really difficult, guys. And that's the thing. We don't know what was going on here. But I should take that back. We're not 100% about what was going on here, but we do have some evidence that would lead me to believe that this was done because Crystal was doing some digging on what Tony was doing in his extracurricular activities, if you will. So, Vapor. Hells yeah. Women's Warrior says, Was there known DV in this marriage, either documented police report or family awareness? Yes, Women's Warrior, there was family awareness to a certain extent, but the bruising that they saw after Crystal's life was taken, in my opinion, it was taken. She did not do this to herself. And so after that, they did document bruising. So, and yes, Hope Floats Tony is her spouse. He is the one that's all the way to the far right, up on the screen there. So yeah, he was, well, I can't even say he was former law enforcement. He didn't make it through the academy. So, Chief, you need to be respectful of Vapor, because Vapor is one of my friends, okay? So you need to be, he's been covering Crystal's case, and you need to be respectful tonight. I don't know if you're having a bad night, honey, but you just really need to be nice and respectful, because this is some very serious subject matter, and I'm very grateful for his presence being here with the knowledge that he has. So let's be respectful, or I'm going to have to time you out. I don't want to have to do that. Vapor says we have enough evidence to get a grand jury to indict. I agree. I agree. And Unnamed True Crime Channel says casings typically eject to the right, but I'm not sure that far. Any research that I've done, Unnamed True Crime Channel is like saying that it wouldn't fall far from the firearm used. And so in that case, I would have to say that it wouldn't eject that far off, just from the research that I've done. Yes, Star Tony is the husband. Okay, thank you, Vapor. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you. I just don't want anybody, getting disrespected. And Women's Warrior says, I might be able to help that. Maybe I might be able to help with the family sort of proving a homicide timeline. Jana has done such a fantastic, job of compiling the evidence in this case. She has been super, how do I say this? Diligent, organized, and thorough when it comes to the investigation of her sister's passing. And so, and Vapor says, I would say that 7 feet wouldn't be out of the ordinary. So I know that Sheriff Matthews says that it was says that the proximity of the bed to the makeup stand, which we can see up here in the picture, was about 5 to 6 feet away, but he said it's maybe even further. So I always wondered, but you're saying 7 feet, and that wouldn't be out of the ordinary. See, all of the research that I've done is so that it wouldn't pop out that far. And then we also see that there was one in the chamber, and that was pulled back. So I find that to be curious, but we do start the interview with Crystal's brother having some serious red flags that he says in the timeline of events. He says it's concerning. And then also he said that Tony told him that he was at Forest High School all day, but we heard Tony's statement on Saturday night, and he said that he went to the bakery barn, and then he went, he doesn't mention that he went to the sheriff's office, but he does mention that he went to the bakery barn before going to Forest High School. But according to Crystal's brother, this was never that part was never told to him, and he said he just spent the whole day out at Forest High School, took his daughter out of school early, and then they went over to the karate studio. So let's see. Sheriff Matthews also says that whenever they send a person over for an autopsy, they do it exactly as they are found. And so in this case, Crystal wearing her robe and underwear, that's how she was sent over for the autopsy. Again, we went over the fact that the shell casing was found 7 days later. Let's see, the makeup stand was searched. The makeup search was, the makeup stand was not searched with a fine-tooth comb, and that was a direct quote from Sheriff Matthews. So just with that little refresher, guys, I'm going to go ahead and play this next clip. So just bear with me here. Let me go ahead and grab this next clip for us. There we go. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that does address that.
Please know and understand, I have no doubt in my mind it was an oversight on our part that we didn't see it. It's laying there.
Right.
And you can plainly see it in the photograph.
Okay.
So.
Well, that was my concern. It kind of seemed to me like that maybe it was placed there after the fact, after all the cleaners and everybody did, but that alleviates that concern. But here's another thing. When we were talking about the shell casing, I said, Tony, I said, have we heard? Go ahead.
No,
answer that if you need to, bud. We were discussing the shell casing issue and everything, and I was like, well, you know, a lot of things are going to rot on time of death. And you know, I asked him, I was like, has anything been heard from Little Rock yet, from the forensic pathologist, insofar as, you know, time of death, just kind of preliminary stuff? Yeah, they ruled it 5 hours, probably, he said, right around 5 hours after I talked to her. Well, I called Detective Irby. Detective Irby said, yeah, I hadn't heard anything from Little Rock as far as time of death yet.
No, as far as I
So
know,
Tony is saying that he knows.
Well, so let me.
See,
and I don't want to sound like I'm shooting down everything that you're hitting me with. Please don't take it like that.
I'm not.
But let me try to shed some light from my perspective on your issues that you have. Okay, he knows the last time that he spoke to her. He knows probably from me that it was a gunshot wound, because I told him that.
Yeah.
He wanted to know what was the cause of death. All right, sir. If you were in that situation, I tell you the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to leave you hanging for days on end wondering what happened to your wife in there.
Yeah.
I told him it was a gunshot wound. A single gunshot wound at that. There's no double.
I understand that. He's next of kin. Y'all have to be frank with him.
So I probably provided that information to him at some point.
Okay.
To say, man, it looks like, you know, it looks like she's been there 4 or 5 hours. You know, if you talk to her, I don't even know the exact.
So nothing from the pathologist then?
Absolutely not. There's nothing from them. And he, the pathologist and the doctor up there, is not going to relay that information to anybody but me. He's not going to relay it to you.
Exactly.
Or you.
That's why I threw up a red flag for him. It's because how are you able to? I understand what you're saying.
Me knowing Tony, I almost could see where maybe in his mind he construed that. Yeah. Maybe I okay. That's just me. But anyway,
another concern that we kind of had is they were having some serious financial issues. You know, which was relayed to me through my conversations with Crystal and to Jana. When her oldest son, Corbin, called her about a month ago to let her know that him and his girlfriend were pregnant and she was going to be a grandma, you know, that she was elated by the news, you know. And we were kind of talking about it, and, you know, and she just kind of brought up the fact, she was like, well, all Tony seems to be concerned about is we're going to have to max out another credit card for me to go and see my grandchild in upstate New York. Nothing illegal about being an asshole. You know, I just want to be frank. I understand that. But what it told me is that they have really hardcore financial strain going on in their life right now. A lot of maxed out credit cards, things of that nature. She said they had to spend a bunch of money repairing a vehicle and all that. But this kind of leads to where some of what Janet's going to show you. They went from having some really difficult financial issues to there's some money coming in now. There's a rental property in Tennessee. There's been a rental car secured in Hawaii. Just kind of spitballing here. It looks like he's getting ready to leave. He's getting ready to dump some of his stuff in Tennessee and go to Hawaii for however long. That's not, like I said, I know that's not illegal, but it raises a red flag here, especially, you know, for the family. We've been doing some digging into his past criminal history. He doesn't stay anywhere for long. He's bouncing around all over the place. And my concern is if my sister found out about some of these things and the dating sites he was on, she's got proof of all the dating sites that he's been on for the past couple of years. If my sister found something that could have put him in legal jeopardy, I wouldn't put it past him to try to stage something. I'm just going to go ahead and throw that out there. And I know he's well known around here, and frankly, that doesn't comfort me. It raises some conflict of interest issues. Not really that you guys are professional. I'm not disparaging law enforcement at all. You guys are pros. But what I'm getting at is there may be unconscious inherent bias of, well, I've known this guy, like Lieutenant Verby told me, I've known this guy for 20 years. You know, that kind of, it's kind of like, well, man, maybe you should separate yourself from it a little bit because you're close to this guy, you know. But there's just a lot of red flags.
Okay, guys, and her brother says there's a lot of red flags, and I agree with that completely. One thing I want to mention really quick before we get into the first part of this and some of the comments, I want to show you a picture of Alan Irby and his wife Heather, who, when Tony was friends with her, he had 90 friends, 8 of which were mutual friends with Heather Irby. And so there's Alan Irby and Heather Irby, and you can tell they definitely back the sheriff. So there's that little bit. And I'm going to go ahead and go to Vapor's comment. Says the next round in the magazine was loaded into the magazine backwards. So I'm not sure who loaded that magazine, loaded the magazine. And for those who don't know, that's where you would load in all the bullets. Then you would put that magazine into the gun, and then it would, you know, obviously shoot off any rounds that were in there. So apparently it was loaded in backwards. So thank you for that, Vapor. And Limelight Girl says, casing not there before where he obviously later placed it. And I agree with that completely. I think he definitely placed the shell casing where he wanted to place it. It definitely wasn't in the crime scene photos before that. And Lady Rosa said, looks placed there. And I agree. Unnamed True Crime Channel also says that she believes that it's been placed there as well. Now, his daughter usually would take the bus. And so the fact that he pulled her out of school early that day, to me, is very curious, because what was different about that day? What was the reasoning behind pulling her out of school that day? I'm curious. Now, Crystal was to be a new grandma. Crystal also wrote notes all the time, and I put those in the video for you all to see that. She was a very loving, caring person, and for her not to leave a note, had she done this to herself, makes absolutely no sense to me. Again, a huge red flag, because she wrote notes to people all the time, letting them know how much she loved them and that sort of thing. So there's that. Let's see. Yeah, Hope Floats. She usually took the bus. And Women's Warrior says there are 8 stages that indicate the There are 8 stages that indicate that intimate partner homicide is going to happen based on his actions, behavior, various steps on the timeline. They go through that indicate he planned to do this. I agree. And I think too, with her brother saying, you know, if she was to find out these things about the dating website, which we know that she did know about, then this could have spurred her to confront Tony, and then this happened, for lack of a better way to say it. And Limelight Girl says, even if that is what happened and it fell out of the dryer, this is proof of, at the very least, corruption and a cover-up. These law enforcement officers are so quick to blatantly lie. I agree. And then also they didn't do an adequate inquiry, in my opinion, because they decided to allow Tony to just pretty much do whatever he really wanted. He didn't show up for the interview until about 45 minutes later, from his house to there. I believe that he was getting his story straight over the phone, in my opinion. Of course, everything's alleged. And Star says, not only planned to do it, but laid out a plan to distance himself as much as possible from the scene, in my opinion. Absolutely. Like, he told everyone that he was at the bowling alley. Or excuse me, he told Deputy Irby that he was at the bowling alley. And then he changed it. Oh, I mean the karate studio. What were you doing at the bowling alley if you had karate class and the students are waiting? Apparently, according to him, there was a class at 4 o'clock that day that Crystal didn't show up for. And Baba Rose says everyone knows everyone in Oak Grove. Yeah, it's a super tiny little place. It really is. And Baba Rose said, did Tony have a life insurance policy on Crystal? Thank you for asking that. That's a great question. So Tony thought he did. One thing that was really curious was that a few weeks prior to Crystal's unaliving, Tony had called her supervisor over at State Farm Insurance and said that she would be back to work, and she did go back to work. There was a group policy at that they offered people, but she had not yet been added on to that group policy. So whenever she passed away, Tony went to her work and demanded his money. And they said she wasn't on the policy yet, that Crystal was not on the policy. And he left that day angry, and then he went back another day and asked about the policy again. And according to Crystal's friend, she told him again that there is a group policy offered, but Crystal's name had not been added to it because she hadn't been at work for long enough, or been back to work long enough. And when she went over and brought Tony food, because they had started a food train for him, he hit on her and said some really nasty stuff to her. And so at that point, there was no further discussion about it, and that the woman didn't want to have anything to do with Tony, of course. But yes, he thought he did have one, but he didn't. So thank you, Baba Rose, for asking that. Yeah, Vic, it was a good question, especially because, guys, that's what Crystal did for a living. She was an insurance agent, and just recently she had passed her state boards, and so she was excited. She was completely happy, and she passed with a 95%, right? So just passed it with flying colors, and was really happy about that. So. An unnamed true crime channel said Baba Rose, he thought there was an insurance through her job and called, but there was none. So, yeah. Hey, Jason Jensen, good to see you. Thank you for being here. And Chief says a shell casing ejected from a firearm can typically travel anywhere from a few feet to upwards of 20 feet, depending on the firearm, ammunition type, and how the gun is held, and with average distance. So this particular weapon was a Ruger, just so you know. They had two in the home. One was at the bedside or behind. They had like shelving units behind as a headboard, and it was behind there. So let's go on and play another clip here, guys, and we're on 4.
The only contacts he's ever deleted out of the phone, all from this phone. That deleted.
So let me ask you.
Yeah.
And again, I want to be as transparent and clear, because I don't want there to be any question. What do you have concerns that my office has not looked at this?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. I'm just saying that we would like maybe a second look, because there's some new things coming to light. He has no problems lying to y'all. He's got no problems lying to us.
This case, as with every other case, is never closed. Nobody has closed this case.
Okay.
So if you've got that assumption, let me clear that up. The case is never closed.
Right.
I've got a double homicide from 1972 right there that happened in Epps right there in this file. It's never closed. I look at it from time to time to say, man, did they miss something then?
Right.
That maybe I could pick up on? So a case is never closed.
And just so I'm clear, I'm not, like I said, I'm not disparaging your department or Detective Irby in any way. You guys are, for all I know, there's a reason you're in your positions. You've excelled. You've proven yourself to be good at what you do. My concern is that if there may be unconscious bias of like, well, I've known Tommy for 20 years and he would, maybe something was overlooked, or, maybe there's other avenues of, investigation that might prove helpful to you. Because if there is any kind of, anything that can be proven or things that come up later, I really want to get this pathologist report back, but I understand that's going to take some time. But I also have concerns about her being right-handed. And it appears, and I know we're not going to know this for sure to the coroner's report, but I've seen the body. It looks like her non-dominant left hand was used. There was bruising on her body. That the funeral director.
How do you know the left hand was used?
That's what I'm saying. When we get the coroner's report back.
No. So let's answer these questions as we go. And again, I'm not trying to poke holes.
You might know something I don't. Yeah, things I don't.
And I do.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I want to know, how do you know her left hand was used?
It looks on the body. It looks kind of like, the entrance wound, or the exit wound is on the right hand side of the head. I was in the National Guard. I've sold firearms for a living. I'm quite aware of ballistics, things of that nature, and it just looked funny to me. And like I said,
you think the exit wound by a photograph, or just the one at the funeral?
Just
No, before the makeup was applied.
Yeah.
I had to apply her makeup.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you think that the exit wound was on the right hand side?
Yes. Like I said, that's going to be in the pathologist's report. But statistically, and I've looked up, all these statistics are coming from the FBI website. It's very rare that someone uses their non-dominant hand. It's also very rare that a female, when they do use a firearm, it's very rare that they, head or face. It's generally to the body. But it's extremely rare for non-dominant hands. So you got that raised a lot of red flags for me, just the logistics of, and like I said, all that's going to be, in Dr. Peretti's report. But it raises a red flag for us. And anyway, like I said, it just kind of seems odd to me, with his past criminal history or things he's been accused of, that he is making plans to haul ass, man.
This Hawaii thing you're talking about, is this a trip that he has planned?
No, he was. I'll show you the.
Okay, I'm done.
All right. Let's take this out. So this, he was logged into his Google account, and this is where he had his phone linked, and this is the day of her death on the 9th. Pull straight, and it shows, you know, he left his house. This is the address he drove to on Candace Land. Actually, it shows how long he was there. He stopped at the bakery barn, and then he shows where he was at Forest High School from 12:01 to 2:43. And then I had to print this one a little different because it cut off. Then he drove to Sonic from 3:25 to 3:57. Then Walmart Supercenter, 4:11. And then this was the same thing, just kind of broke up a little bit. And then he drove home. He was driving around Oak Grove from 4:16 to 4:37, and then home. He didn't actually call to check on her at the doctor's office until 4:16.
Timeline inconsistencies badly.
Yeah, because that's when he Google searched East Carroll Medical Clinic in Lake Providence, where her doctor's office is. I have copies of all this, so I mean, this is yours.
Okay.
I was telling you that he deleted contacts out of his phone. I don't know any of these people per se. I do know that a Dr. Williams, this is how it was listed in his phone. I printed this straight out of his Google account. There's a Dr. Williams, he had it listed as a coroner with a cell phone. These were all deleted from this phone. Gives you the actual phone on February the 8th, the night before she died. Pastor Smith, a Chief Deputy Smith. Now he deleted the phone number before he deleted the contact. A Taylor, Carroll Road. Like I said, these are people that he deleted. No other people were deleted out of his phone ever.
Where does it show a date that the? Okay, I see.
All of them February 8th.
Okay, guys, so all of the contacts that were deleted out of his phone were all on February 8th, which this happened February 9th, 2023. So on February 8th, 2023, and we can plainly see that Jana was showing the same thing that I was showing up on the screen to Sheriff Matthews, but Sheriff Matthews wasn't really seeing or listening to what she was saying to him. She's showing him the proof of the contacts that were deleted, one being a coroner, the other Deputy Smith, Chief Deputy Smith. And just to answer your guys' questions in the chat, no gunshot residue testing was performed on anyone, not on Crystal, not on Tony, no one. As I said, I really believe that there was an inadequate inquiry and an inadequate investigation, especially knowing that they missed the shell casing and, you know, so on and so forth. But they did show evidence of him deleting Tony deleting the contacts from his phone. Now, her brother goes into the fact that her non-dominant hand was used. And as you all saw in the beginning of the video, I did show you the alleged entrance wound and exit wound. And for Crystal to be a right-handed person and to have taken her life using her non-dominant hand, it's just plain to see that the entrance and exit wounds are mixed up, if you will. So the exit wound being on the right side would make it so that she would have had to use her non-dominant left hand to take her life, which in my opinion, she did not. Now, I did show the entrance and exit wound after they had been taken care of by the funeral home, for lack of a better way to say that. Now, one thing that really rang true, and King, thank you so much for being here. That's the first thing I wrote down, of course, is that Sheriff Matthews tells the family that the case is never closed. In my opinion, why are they closing it now? Why has it been closed? Why has the sheriff's office lawyered up? And that sort of thing. So it also is something, and I did show it. Give me one moment here. Let me find it up here. Just bear with me. This is Crystal's right hand. This is where, this is an actual crime scene photo, and this is where Crystal was found in this in this manner with her hand seemingly staged in the photograph. Also looks like there is excuse me, a muzzle burn on the pillow. In my opinion, the pillow was used as a silencer, and it was placed underneath Crystal's arm. So that is where the pillow was positioned. I have blurred out Crystal's face because it is extremely graphic. If I did not do that, you'd be able to see what happened to Crystal's face. And so again, you can see that, and just the positioning in the way that the pillow is, for her to have had this pillow positioned where it is, it's almost impossible to, in my opinion, for that to have happened. Also, they were saying in the autopsy report that Crystal had a limp wrist phenomena that was present, and for her to have had that, based on my research, guys, do your own research, but based on my research and what I've come up with, it's something that she would have had to have. Let me back up and say it this way. If in fact that pillow was also against her head when this was done, then the positioning is completely off, in my opinion. She wouldn't have had a limp wrist. She would have had to have had a very steady, straight hand to keep it between the pillow and the muzzle of the 9mm Ruger that was used. And so that's all allegedly, in my opinion, and just the way that I've put this up. Jason, it's said that it is closed. Her sister Jana has tried to do a public records request, but she was not able to obtain any of those public records because they were telling her that it is still an ongoing investigation. However, they did rule Crystal's passing as self-inflicted, and that happened after only a 7-minute interview with her husband, Tony. And one of his friends, good friends, actually did the inquiry. So when they took Tony's statement, it was a 7-minute statement taken by Alan Irby, who, upon doing some Facebook digging, and also according to Jana and what she found on Facebook, who is Crystal's sister, I'm not sure how familiar you are, but it was shown that he had 8 mutual friends with Detective Irby's wife, Heather, and he only had 90 Facebook friends, and so 8 of them were mutual friends with these fine folks. So and Baba Rose says, no way, I am right-handed, and I think I could do that with my left hand, and I have a 9mm Ruger. You do, Baba Rose? Oh, wow. Okay, so you're familiar with that style of firearm, and I don't think so either. I just don't see how you would have the ability to hit it on the wrong side of the head. So that's always been my... well, one of the red flags. I can't even say that it's been the number one, but it's up there. It's definitely up there. And Star says, I tried to reenact positioning with a pillow and it's extremely awkward. That's one of the key indicators too, that, you can tell, because I thought maybe like using it as a silencer would have, because if you look at where their house is situated, it's on a very busy highway. And then also there are homes not terribly close to each other, but not terribly far from each other. And so, someone may have heard a gunshot ring out. They may not have, it's just one of those things where it could be, really 50-50, in my opinion. Thank you, Baba Rose. Thank you. And Vapor asks me to show number 9. Give me one moment here. Hang on one second, guys. Let me just pop this up for a second. There we go. Okay, sorry, I had to pull up my other internet because it put me on the public Wi-Fi, and that one is really, really bad. So bear with me, guys. This is the other one that I showed y'all last night. And this is the 40 cal that was sitting on the nightstand, or well, it's not the nightstand, excuse me. It is the headboard that is behind the bed. So that too. But Tony alleges that the 9mm was in Crystal's purse. It's just strange that she would have chosen to use that other one. I'm looking for number 9, okay? Is it of the bedroom? Oh, no, sorry. Thank you. I saw that now. Thank you. One moment here. Okay, this is the one where you can see the shell casing that or excuse me, the next round in line, if you will. And that is 9th photo. Yeah, and you know, guys, these are just so graphic that's why I can't show you actual. It's just too graphic. Yeah, I mean, if you're comfortable sharing your theory too, Vapor, I would love to hear it. My theory is it had to have happened when he was supposedly at the bakery barn, and I kind of shared that working theory last night, just because of the way that the day went. That was the greatest window of time, and he would have had plenty of time to do this, in my opinion. But I would love to hear what you have to say. Okay, so he says you can see the next round jam because it's loaded backwards. Yeah, and I mean, nobody could have, I mean, when this, how do I say this? When this typically occurs, when someone takes their own life by, you know, unaliving themselves in the head with a firearm, I mean, typically they drop the weapon. That's one. And another thing is that they don't have any time to pull back again and do anything. It's one and done, right? But it looks like it jammed up here. I'm trying to think if I can go back. Sorry, I lost it here. But you could definitely see it there. And you can also see how dirty the firearm is. It's like filthy dirty. Just not something I personally would put in my purse. You know, I can't speak for everyone, of course, but okay. You want me to zoom in on this picture? I mean, there is just like debris everywhere, guys, on this. It exited out of her left Okay, so excuse me. It exited out of her right side, so the left side would have been the entrance and the exit, but they mixed those two up. So that's what's really confusing about this case is even the medical professionals, even the coroner, the sheriff, all are saying that the exit wound is the entrance wound and vice versa. So good to see you, Crafting in True Crime. Thank you for being here. So, um, and then Baba Rose says an automatic jammed. You are not keeping a wrist straight. Exactly. And they were saying she had like this limp wrist phenomena that occurred. Hey, Mini Panthers, good to see you. Yeah, they keep swearing it is left to right, right? In all of it. And you'll hear in this conversation with her family is not buying it. Her brother obviously sold firearms for a living. He's also ex-military. He also knows a lot about ballistics, far more than I would. And he's just like not having it. He was so upset he had to leave the room and cool down because they were just so adamant and swearing up and down that it's the left to right, right to left. They're switching it up. So it's very nerve-wracking for the family. Just very nerve-wracking for the family. Let's go ahead and watch this next clip and hear what Matthews has to say. And we're for.
The only contacts he's ever deleted out of the phone, all from this phone, that deleted it from the Samsung Galaxy. And this is the phone he uses that's linked to the Google phone. And it lists the phone numbers. One of them is his cousin. She was actually at the funeral. Again, that just raised a red flag as to why would you delete your cousin's phone? And that was the night before her death. And this right here. Yeah, she's the owner. I did Google the number. That's one of 5. This one listed an address. That's the bakery one.
Yeah, but she's not.
Okay, and I got those notes from me, but that was the address of the bakery barn. Okay. So I wasn't, that was just my notes. Don't know who those people are, but they do have phone numbers.
Your primary concern for him deleting all these numbers as well, all these numbers be deleted the night before her death.
There's a lot of little things that when you look at them individually might not mean much, but when you look at the big picture and collectively, it tends to tell a different story.
Definitely discrepancies in his
And
time.
again, please don't take this as me shooting holes in your story, but let me tell you, if someone were to look at my phone, I was in here the other day, and I was looking for a particular number, and as I'm going through my contact list, I said, dang, that lady passed away.
So you deleted it.
Yeah, that's an old work
I
number.
had about 50.
Right.
All in the same, as I'm sitting there, I said, I think I'll take a little time and go through my contact list. I deleted about 50 that day, sitting right here in this chair.
Right.
Again, please don't take that as me trying to shoot holes in your...
Right. It's very circumstantial.
We're trying to keep it logical, but when you look at timing and things like that, it's a little questionable.
Yep.
So the reason why it ties together, on February the 8th, the day before 11:40, someone had to, this goes to Tony's email that my sister had access. Someone logged into their AT&T account, but it was from a device that normally doesn't log in because it's sent a one-time verification code.
Okay.
Which, again, my sister's not here to speak for herself, which obviously she logged in to get to their AT&T account and put it, my guess would be just who he's been talking to.
Okay.
There's the email for that. This is where I called Detective Herbie because a package was delivered on the day that she died at 1:16 from FedEx. The only reason I know is because my cousin is a FedEx driver. She's not related to Crystal, she's only related to me because we do have different dads. I wanted to ask Detective Herbie, when did Tony get that package? It was a phone. He ordered a new phone because he said his phone broke. which isn't true because on February the 8th I had a receipt where he had the phone fixed. He just ordered a new phone. This is where he activated the phone on February the 9th, the day she died, at 8:35 p.m. because it was a Galaxy S20. So right now he has 4 phones, all signed in.
So this may be totally unrelated but there was a FedEx package on the steps when I was there
Right.
when we were there.
Okay, so that's the phone. I just wanted you to know who gave it to him.
Gotcha.
Okay, so that's just shows where he activated it.
Okay.
So him having a new phone is,
He has four devices right now. I'll show you that are logged in. They had a Ring camera, a doorbell camera.
Okay.
He told my brother that it hasn't been active in months, but
in a month.
On a month, but here's the emails to where it updated saying that a new device logged in. That was from January 22nd. They had devices logged into the Ring camera. Again, this is just nothing criminal, just something to add to the fact that it just what the Google search I told you about, what is the appropriate time to date after the death of a spouse for February 13th, it's just...
Doesn't seem like a grieving husband to me. I've been married 28 years and my wife died. That's the last thing I'm going to be Googling, 4 or 5 days later.
You can't arrest somebody for being an asshole, but here's a list of email addresses, just in case. Now, this computer, my sister's had it right at 2 years, maybe a little less. So these are emails that he has. Inner Peace, that's a karate, that's his work. He's still, I don't know if he has access to that. I'm sure you guys have taken him out. But this is one that I wouldn't have known about my sister, so if y'all go any further, up to y'all, but that is an email address. This right here is the Main Street Rentals from Tennessee. This is where I called the number. It is a storage unit in Fulton, Tennessee, where he's paid the first. He did this on February 15th. He's got 48 payments left, just a storage unit where, all the way in Tennessee.
What's his connection to Tennessee?
We'd like to know that ourselves.
You can find out. There is no connection that we know of. His entire family lives in Bastrop. He has no relatives there that we know.
But he's moved around, man. We've found addresses in Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, all like very short periods of time before. He's only been married to my sister for a few years. Okay. But he has a history of moving around, and it seems like he probably gets ran out of town.
Okay, guys. So we go into this, and Baba Rose, I'm not sure if you heard in there, but thank you for your question. The Ring doorbell camera did an update, but then on the day in question, it was said to have not been working, and so unfortunately, that was another kind of a lie that was perpetuated by Mr. Jones. He gets caught in a lot of these, especially because they were lucky enough to have gotten a hold of Crystal's laptop after the fact. And this statement from Jana here says, January 27th, 2023, an email that I retrieved from Mr. Jones's trash folder in his email account indicated that Mr. Jones and Crystal had a Ring camera system at their home and that it had been updated on this day. So last updated January 27th, 2023. Sheriff Scott Matthews retains the only copy of this email. However, at 22:02, 22:20 minute mark in our recorded meeting, which we just listened to that part, guys. So that was just the timestamp with him that he will provide further down. I tell Matthews that they have a Ring door camera and provide him email proof from January 27th, 2023, that the device was logged into the camera. Mr. Jones told Dane, who is Crystal's brother Dane, who we hear in here, that the camera had not been active in a month. So again, he is lying. I mean, they did have a Ring doorbell camera, but then there was no proof of that after the fact. There was also a package delivered by FedEx, and now this is one of their cousins that was a FedEx worker, and she would typically go and knock on the door and say hello to Crystal and chat with her if she was available. So the next little bit here was that Tony purchased a new phone, and that's what was delivered by FedEx that day. But on February 8th, the day before Crystal's unaliving, in my opinion, he had the phone fixed, and they had proof and a receipt that the phone was brought to the shop, a phone repair shop, if you will, and it was, in fact, fixed. So why he bought another phone, I'm not sure. Again, that's not a crime. And like they keep saying, you can't arrest someone for being an asshole. But he did activate that phone. Nevertheless, he activated the phone 8:35 p.m. So let me go to some of your comments. Hey, Machete, good to see you. You know, we don't have a really good indication of how many times he had checked his daughter out of school early in the past, just that he did so that day, which was, according to Jana, out of the ordinary, something that wasn't typical, and that typically his daughter would take the bus home. Hey, Bunny Murphy, good to see you. Yeah, she's awesome, isn't she? I mean, I was very much pleased. Yes, gaslighting, let the gaslighting begin. You know, it's just one of those things. Baba Rose says he's trying to shout hole in it, very defensive. Shoot holes in it, very defensive. I think that is a very strange choice of words, in my opinion, for the officer to use. In my opinion, it's very insensitive, disingenuous, just really not thinking about the way that he should have been saying it, in my opinion. So it's something that I just wish that they would have been a little bit more sensitive to the way the family was feeling, and not used analogies that had to do with a gun, knowing that that was the weapon that was used to take Crystal's life. Whether, you know, just playing devil's advocate, she did that to herself, which I do not believe that for a second, or whether she, you know, didn't. It's still not a great choice of words, in my opinion. Yeah, Vapor, we went over this last night. So he is together with another person. She does live in the same house. I'm assuming they're staying in the same bedroom. And also you can see Rocket, the dog. I showed you guys last night that Rocket is in the picture lying on the bed with Crystal. He is also pictured in the picture with Tony in his new main squeeze, if you will. And Bunny Honey, did you have a question, hon? It is so gross. Limelight Girl, it is so gross. Like, it's like I was saying last night, it's something that I wasn't really expecting it to just be like a slap in my face when I started reading through all of the documentation that Jana has you know, put together, for lack of a better way to say it. It's overwhelming and it's glaring. It's something that I think about all the time, because I just cannot believe that so many major details are so wrong. For example, on the coroner's report, Give me one moment here. Let me pull that up. And I might just show you guys another clip and I'll pull it up. So let's do that while I pull it up. Oh, you were just waving. Hi, Bunny. Nice to see you, sweetie. All right, give me 1 second here and let me play this next
I'll
one.
talk more about that in just a moment. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so this is the budget rental car. He has not chosen the vehicle, so they keep blowing him up because they need him to choose the vehicle. This is for February the 15th. This is all right around the same time. Your pickup location is this, Thursday, March the 9th at 11 p.m. in Hawaii. So this is February the 15th, and then they email him again. Once he caught on and he changed his emails, he deleted all this from his email, but I mean, it's recoverable. February 16th, they need him to choose his car before it's too late for the vehicle isn't available anymore. Same thing, Thursday, March the 9th.
Was this put on a credit card?
I couldn't tell. I'm sure I have a list of all the credit cards they have. There's probably 15 of them.
Okay.
Here's, right now he's obsessed with, this might be relevant, might not, I did print it off, Ancestry.com. I mean, like obsessed, where there were multiple emails. That's where he purchased the $30, almost $30 a month, MasterCard ending in that number. I don't know if he's looking for relatives somewhere, but he just did this on February 17th. He bought Bitcoin, a significant amount of $430.18 on February 20th. He lost his butt because Bitcoin's not worth really anything right now, but he did it through PayPal, so he thought it was untraceable. Bitcoin is...
There's a lot of money around all of a sudden.
Right.
An alternative currency.
Here are his active phones. This is with the I. This was the only one logged in through the Inner Peace Google account. That phone right here, the G7 Samsung. Now this is Tony's, and these are all the phones that are logged in. Now this one's through AT&T, but these three are through a different carrier.
Well, it's AT&T, but it's
FirstNet.
they have a program.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's four phones, 4 devices, not including. It might be including Crystal's. I'm not sure what her make and model is. But, let me know if I'm going too fast. On February the 8th, which is the day before she passed away, at 1:19, the phone that he said was broken, he went to CPR cell phone repair on Louisville Avenue, and he paid $165 to have that phone repaired. So he brought that phone back with him. These here are just multiple, I'll let you go through them, multiple credit card bills that were like past due, from Harbor Freight to Mercury to a Platinum card, and they all have scheduled payments. I started a GoFundMe account. See, she died on the 9th, so we met with the funeral director, me, Dane, his wife, Tony, and Tony's dad on the 12th. And I didn't know she didn't have burial insurance. We thought she did. So Dane did the talking because he told me not to talk. And when I found that out, I told Tony, I was like, he was going to take out a loan. I said no, because my sister wouldn't want that. So the funeral, Mr. Nevels said, well, what about a GoFundMe account? So I started one, but the GoFundMe account is linked to my checking account, and so it comes straight to me. I'm not quite sure Tony liked that very much, but people in the Oak Grove community, he did tell us, had been giving him cash or checks or personal payments to him, and ever since that day, ever since it got spread on social media that and I put in there that she didn't have burial insurance, he is good. Since all these payments were scheduled for February 12th, February 13th, he's made $37 payments, $187 payments to these credit cards that were maxed out. And that's where the money's going. But again, you can't arrest him for doing that because, but there's $4,000 left on the funeral. Of course, I can pay for it at the GoFundMe, but he's using it for other purposes, and one looks like.
The funeral home hasn't been paid anything that we're aware of. We've paid everything to the funeral home that the funeral home's received. It's like he's using these donations as a personal slush fund.
we see that all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, this is just leaning towards more of what my sister could have found out. And I do want to share this with you before you talk to Dane about his past. And if my sister found out, if she found out he was having an affair, they would fight, argue. My birthday is December 13th. I didn't hear from my sister. December 14th, she texted me and told me she had a toothache. And I was like, okay, well, she wished me happy birthday. This was backed up on her Google account. She pinned Tony's location. This is
okay, come to the courthouse. It's on the first floor.
It just shows that she saw caught him
room 104.
Which means that she caught him having an affair.
We're about to wrap it up, I think.
Do you know or have you heard a name that may be associated with this?
I don't, but I can tell you that looking through his timeline of like that fresh timeline, I didn't have time to. I mean, his timeline was tracked. Like
there was a Bastrop address on one of those.
That's 5500 Candace Lane. That's where he was the morning of. But that,
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you right now that when I googled it, Downey Black lives there.
So we come to where Jana tells Sheriff Scott Matthews that when she Googled this particular address, that it came up to a different person than who Tony said he was working on their home that day. Hey, Meta Mom, good to see you. Excuse me. So, they talk about how Tony is using this alternative currency, buying into Bitcoin. They also talk about how Tony is using funds that the community is giving him for Crystal's service, and he's not paying it toward the funeral home expenses. He is pocketing that money. They're alleging that he could be using this as some sort of a personal slush fund. There are a lot of text messages, text messages, Facebook messages about this GoFundMe and some controversy surrounding it, which, we're used to seeing that in true crime. But Jana does have the GoFundMe, thankfully, linked to her own checking account, so she can appropriate the funds to the appropriate people, because Tony is failing to do so. They mention Inner Peace Karate Studio, and that is the studio that Tony had, and then Crystal, when she and Tony got together, Crystal became very heavily involved in this endeavor, although it was Tony's endeavor to begin with. But give me 1 second here and let me pull up some pictures here. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I just keep on getting Oh, I'm glad too, Jason. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really pleased that you're here. I'm Facebook friends with you from my Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives or my Trisha account. So I'm very happy to see you here, and I'm so happy that you decided to look further into the case. I really appreciate that. That has been one of the biggest goals, I think. I have had Jana up on panel a couple of times, and when I asked her the first time, what is your goal? She just really wants to get down to what the truth is, and she really wants to get her sister's case investigated by a non-biased agency, and I can't blame her, just with everything that has transpired with the investigation, or in my opinion, lack thereof. Let me see here if I could take a look and find on so here's a picture of the Facebook page for for Inner Peace Martial Arts, and you can see the logo was like a yin yang kind of a logo, and she's just so beautiful. Just so beautiful. 43 years old, guys, only 43 years old. And I can't show some of these because they have kids in them, and I always put the hearts around the kids' faces because so you can't see them, because I don't think it's fair. Now, this is February 1st, 2019. This is a ribbon cutting for the new studio. This is the studio that they had when this all transpired, February 9th, 2023. And as you can see, they're doing just a traditional proper ribbon cutting ceremony for the studio. Let me see here. I'm going to have to edit some of these little kiddos out of the photos, so I apologize, guys, because I don't want to show anyone's children on here. The kids aren't involved, and they shouldn't have to be pictured next to this monster, in my opinion. Here's one of Tony. From March 16th, 2019. This one is March 10th, 2023. And this was a month and 1 day after his wife, supposedly, according to him, took her own life. But he just looks like he's just, walking through the park, just another day. Just absolutely sick, in my opinion. Let's see here. And that's what I was looking up for you guys, was the coroner report. So just bear with me on that. And then Tony apparently had 4 different devices, one of which may have included crystals. It's not really known by Jana, but she does know of 4 devices. Tony wanted to take out a loan for Crystal's expenses, but because there was no burial insurance, and that was something that her sister Jana just really was against. She didn't feel like Crystal would be okay with that either, and so they opted not to do that. Now I am going to show you, but let me go ahead and kind of zoom in here on these specific areas that I want you to see. And I don't want to show her social. Now this is from the West Carroll Parish Coroner's Office Investigative Report, page 1. And as we can see here, her date of birth is marked 5/17 of 2019, which obviously is impossible because she was 43 years old. Hey, Panda Bear's mom. Good to see you, sweetheart. We also have the time and the date as scratched out. Oh, let me go ahead and pop that up a little bit so you don't see any personal information. Very unprofessional, messy, in my opinion. Full of discrepancies. Body temperature, cold. They said that she has black eyes. Her eyes are brown. Now this also says marks and wounds, none. She had bruising all over her body, you guys. All over her left hand, her left side had bruising all over, all down her arm. Her left hand had bruising, extensive bruising, and I'll show you this. But it says on marks and wounds, none Gunshot to right side of the head with exit wound just above and forward of the left ear. Okay. This is the West Carroll Parish Coroner's Office. These are the pictures that her family took at the funeral home. Those are remarkable wounds. Remarkable. And keep in mind what I told you all last night about my friend who is a funeral director. She's done embalming. She's very knowledgeable in this field. In her field, she's an expert. And she told me that the embalming process will make bruising more prevalent. It's just unbelievable to me. You can see her lying in her casket. This again, her left arm, and you can see scratches that are apparent. Now, Dr. Frank Peretti, West Carroll Parish Coroner's Office. Manner of death, check 1 only. Dr. Frank Peretti, the pathologist, dated 2/9 of 2020. So he went all the way back to the pandemic? I mean, in my opinion, I think Dr. Peretti needs to lay off of something because he's not got, I mean, this is the page 2 of his report. And there's already a huge discrepancy that he just left it there. He left it. Let me zoom in again. He left it. 2020, 3 years before the event. Disease. Under disease, he says she had insomnia, anxiety, and atrial, fibrillation. AFib is something that people who have heart disease experience. She did not have any of these, except for possibly the anxiety, which she was taking medication for. But she did not have AFib or atrial fibrillation, which happens in your heart. They also said that she was a diabetic, that she had diarrhea. I can't make this up, guys. Pneumonia and seizures, none of which are true. None of it true. That's page 2 of his report, Dr. Peretti. And then we go to page 3. Found by Chuck Harris, who did the well check. That's Chuck Harris over here next to Tony, all the way to the right of your screen. And next to Tony, he is wearing a beanie. He's the one that did the well check. He is nowhere to be found. I cannot find him anywhere. He is also the one who groomed a little girl and paid her off, putting gifts in her mailbox and essaying her repeatedly in violent manners. That guy right there in the beanie. He paid her off. Last seen alive by Tony Jones. So, there we have it. And it states, narrative summary of circumstances surrounding death. I was notified by the WCPT PSO at approximately 4:39 p.m. of the body be found deceased. That's not me reading it wrong. It says be found deceased. By Officer Chuck Harris. Chuck is spelled CHUCH. Deputy with the WCPSO. So basically the West Carroll Parish, because they don't have counties, they have parishes in Louisiana, Sheriff's Office. After being asked by family for a welfare check on the deceased, upon my arrival, I was met by Deputy David Voigt, investigator with the WCPSO. I was advised of the deceased's name, etc. Upon entering the back bedroom, I viewed the body of a white female, approximately 43 years old, lying. Lying is spelled Lsyin. Can't make this up. On her left side. She's lying on her left side, but somehow she has posterior and anterior livor mortis, also known as lividity. Another thing is, she's laying on her left side, and she was supposed to have taken her own life, with the exit wound being on the right side. Again, just tons of holes in the narrative. Let's see here. Lying on her left side with what appeared to be a 9mm semi-automatic weapon in the right hand of the deceased. Dried blood was covering nearly the entire right side of her face. It appeared to me there was a close contact wound, entrance wound to the right temporal area of the head, and an apparent exit wound, exit spelled ECIT, an apparent exit wound on the left side. No slug, to my knowledge, was recovered. It was behind the bed in the wall. And we saw that in the pictures, and they even had a pen next to it to show the size of it, right? We saw that behind her bed, it was stuck into the wall. Let's see. I took custody of the body at the I took custody of the body and transported to Cox Funeral Home to be held for autopsy. Family requested the body be released to Cox Funeral Home, Bastrop, following autopsy. And let me see if I can get this big enough to share. And then for those of you all on the replay, you'll just have to pause, to read for yourself what this report says. So that's the end of the report. It was a 3-page report, just full of discrepancies and just really incredible that it passed for a professional opinion, in my humble opinion. And then what we'll do, guys, is just go ahead and watch this next clip here.
You could say he's doing work for him. But when I looked at his timeline, I didn't have time to print them all off before he changed the password. He spent a significant amount of time, I'm talking about 4 to 6 hours, at a storage facility here. It starts with an S. But
Did it show an address?
I have a picture on my phone. Hang on.
We have a styrene.
That's it.
Styrene storage.
That's it. every night on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. He would spend 4 to 6 hours there. I don't know who works there. I don't know.
Actually, well, they have, I think he has a couple. He has a location down here by the karate school. I guess they're still having their karate thing down here at the.
He closed it.
I think it's close.
No, I'm talking about when it was open. Down here at the old Walmart store. So that store's location is right beside.
Okay.
That.
Styron
may
stores.
explain that.
Okay.
I don't know, but I'm just saying that Styron does have.
Inordinate amount of time to spend at a storage unit that
Yeah.
many days a week.
Right. So that might have done that one. I don't have a name associated with it. I wish I did. Like I said, the only thing that would tell us that would be his phone records, and I'm afraid Crystal got a hold of his phone records because he had a work phone and he had his personal phone. This is just something saying that, like this was emailed to him February 7th. This is to show that Tony knew that his location was being tracked. I mean, he might not know what that email meant, but he knew, like he set it up for his location to be tracked. Because it says, here's your timeline for the month of January. And, you know, even if he goes and turns it off now, it's still tracked all the way from January to February. This is something that it has nothing to do with Tony. It's more so to do with my sister. You know, my sister was an insurance agent for State Farm for probably as long as I've been alive. But she was just a local agent. Wherever she lived, she was a local. Because she hated taking tests and she hated putting forth the effort to go any further. But when I was going through her Google Drive, she took a picture of a test that she didn't even tell me about, but it was from January the 30th. And she took a state certified exam that she passed with a 96%. And on January 30th at 10:23, January 30th, so 11 days before she passed away, January 28th, she took a screenshot of this picture. She only took screenshots if they meant something to her. And she says, it's a beautiful day to stop dwelling on things you can't control. So, you know, he doesn't let me talk because I get emotional, because I know her better than anybody. So, when I tell you...
Say your piece. I mean, you're getting she had a new grandbaby coming. She had just passed this exam. Mm-hmm. Things were really looking up for Crystal.
It doesn't point towards
things were really looking up for Crystal.
Any need for a suicide on the one hand, and on the other hand, the information that's being presented to us, the timeline, the way he's not being honest, they don't add up to present a uniform picture for us.
He's lying to y'all. We're not disparaging y'all's work, but y'all are having to listen to him to get details about things. It's how investigations work. And if he's lying to y'all, y'all need to be aware of it.
And the community, he has them fooled because, I mean, he can put on a front better than anybody I've ever seen. And, you know, I'm not going to lie, I haven't liked him since she married him. He was my call sign number 4, because I was the fourth husband.
I only hung out with him at family gatherings. We weren't buddy or anything. I was just kind of struck me as odd, you know, but that's just me.
He hasn't fooled y'all because you're good at what you do, but the people in this community, because her funeral, you could standing room only. I mean, it was all the way, they had to stand in the lobby, and it was people from this community that were there. And the preacher,
Mike was masterful. Yeah,
he was amazing. He pulled me out to talk to me before he spoke, and I really, really liked him. Like, I really liked him a lot. But they saw a part of Crystal that wasn't Crystal. She was the face of Tony because that's what Tony made her be. And that's who she was to everybody. She was smiling, but he had ulterior motives as to why he married her. And it was to make himself look better. And it was to get to other...
Well, he lied from the get-go. He said he had all these rental properties. He was... he had money and all this, and then they date for a while, and I guess he had kept that charade going. When they get married, that's when she finds out that, yeah, he's not this big landlord. He's not this big, big shot that he had put on to be. And that's kind of when I was like, I don't want to hang out with the guy. Yeah. He's lying. You know what I mean? I mean, he has no issue with lying at all. And like I said, I mean, he said some things to me that, just I'm like, yeah, you're lying. Just like you said, maybe you had inferred, the time of death kind of thing, but I'm like, so that's the coroner, they got coroners? Yeah. I mean, you know, I was like, so they got I think I remember, I was like, so they got a preliminary in. Well, here's what they're saying. This rule, the time of death is around, you know, it's probably going to be around 3 o'clock, somewhere in there. And I was just like, so I called to confirm with Detective Irby.
That's
and
what I say, me knowing Tony, because, okay, so you know some things about Tony that I don't know about. Me knowing Tony, that's exactly what he...
Because you know...
because I know of him and his...
demeanor and how he
demeanor, that would be exactly what he would say.
Okay, guys, and so just really quick before we get into the first part of things, Sheriff Scott Matthews actually kind of tells on himself in a way where he says, you know, that would be the way Tony would say something, although he tries to maintain that they really don't know each other that well. He doesn't know why Tony would have stopped over at the sheriff's office before going over to the bakery barn that morning. A lot of things. So the time the TOD was told to Dane, who is Crystal's brother, you can hear him in this meeting, to be determined at 3 p.m., but the death certificate comes back and it says that her TOD was at 11 a.m. And honestly, that fits more with the timeline. I understand that there is never a specific TOD unless there are witnesses, you know. So if you're in the hospital, for instance, and they take your very last pulse, or you take your very last breath in front of, you know, EMTs or something like that, then they're going to be able to pronounce you and be more specific. However, it's a big jump between 3 and 11. And then I want to show you all this. This is the autopsy report, page 1. Findings says contact gunshot wound to the head. A, entrance right temporal scalp, entrance right temporal scalp, injuries to scalp, skull, and brain. Exit wound left temporal scalp. No bullet or bullet fragments were recovered. Trajectory right to left, almost horizontal. Trajectory right to left and almost horizontal. No evidence of trauma. Dr. Frank Peretti. Now, bear with me. Let me just go back into the projectile portion here. Okay. We see here that little spot there. Oops, I didn't want to do that. My bad, I'm sorry. There we go. Right there, the little, you can see it. This is where the mattress has been removed, and we can also see it's stuck here. And oh, here, you know what? Let me zoom me in there a little bit for you. There's a close-up spot, and it looks like he's got to pry it up out of there, right? There's another one. This is in relation to a pen, like an actual ink pen. So this was apparently not turned into Dr. Peretti because he says that there was none. But we can see multiple pictures that were taken at the scene. So let's go on here. Oh, that is not the one I wanted. Okay. And then we have cause of death, gunshot wound to the head, manner of death, SUICIDE. Again, guys, we just have to, I can't really say it right, but we understand that they're accusing her of taking her own life on this one. Summary and interpretation. Investigation of the circumstances of death revealed that the decedent was found dead at her residence where there was no evidence of foul play reported. Autopsy demonstrated a tight contact gunshot wound situated on the right temporal scalp. The bullet entered into the cranial cavity, causing extensive injury to the skull and brain. The bullet exited the left side of the head. No bullet or bullet fragments were recovered. There were no other injuries present. And it says the facts stated herein are correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. And it's dated February 22nd, 2023 by forensic pathologist Frank Peretti. Okay. Now this is where the external findings are. Body habeas, it describes a well-nourished white female. We all know we don't want to share our weight, ladies, so we're not going to do that here. But what I find really interesting here, liver. This is referring to liver mortis or lividity. Fixed anterior and posterior torso. Liver. Okay. Which in my opinion leads me to believe that her body was moved. They also say she had blondish brown, and it's spelled B-R-O-U, excuse me, and it's spelled B-R-O-W, hair. You know, she had dark hair like my color hair, you know, I'll show you. I mean, real dark, you know, as if she dyes it black. I do the same with mine. I'm naturally like a more of a brown, dark brown, but I dye my hair black. Other curious information on here, eyes. Eyeliner was in place. They said that her eyes are hazel. They're actually brown. I do have a picture of her ID. I'm not going to show that to you all, but it's listed on her, even her driver's license as being brown eyes. Conjunctival petechial hemorrhages noted. External nares or oral cavity contained blood. Her teeth were natural and in good condition. Her neck was unremarkable. Anterior torso unremarkable except for bilateral breast implant scars. And then posterior torso was unremarkable. Now, I would like to move on down to description of the gunshot wound. Situated on the right temporal scalp, about 4 inches from the top of the head and 4.5 inches right of the midline, was a contact, stellate gunshot wound measuring 3 by 2 inches in greatest dimensions after reconstructing the wound. The wound was surrounded by 3 extension tears measuring 1 inch, 3/4 of an inch and a half inch. The entrance site was surrounded by a slight amount of reddish pink discoloration. Soot was present on the underlying subglottical tissues. Subsequent autopsy demonstrated hemorrhagic, excuse me guys if I say that one wrong, wound track passed through the scalp and entered into the cranial cavity through the right temporal skull bone. The bullet then continued to involve the right temporal lobe, crossed the midline, and exited the left temporal scalp 3 3/4 of an inch from the top of the head and 5 inches from the right of the midline. The exit wound was irregularly lacerated, measuring a 1/2 inch by a 1/4 inch. No bullet or bullet fragments were recovered. Associated with the injury was extensive hemorrhaging and lacerations along the wound path, with multiple skull fractures and associated right peribridal ecchymosis. I think I said that right. The trajectory was right to left and almost horizontal. And they do go into how they took her organs and weighed them, although there was no indication of this shown after the autopsy. So just putting it out there like that. And then it goes into some other details about her organs, coronary arteries, that sort of thing. They did misspell Crystal's name as well, guys. They spelled it Crystal when we all know her name is spelled phonetically Crystal. And they did that throughout these reports. Another anomaly, and I might have to go ahead and track this down, but I want to show you where it does say that Crystal has never made an attempt, nor has she threatened this before. It was noted. So yes, yeah, didn't the other, yeah, it did, Limelight Girl. It said that she has black eyes, which, I mean, obviously you guys can see mine are really, really dark brown too. But if somebody was to call my eyes black, I would be a little offended because I do have brown eyes. And also it shows that on there too. And Baba Rose says, and the gun was in her left hand. Yes. Or excuse me, no, her right hand was on the gun, and then also like her right index finger was on the trigger. Which, like I said, again, when I checked with an expert, they told me that that's not typical. Usually the gun is dropped in that process of taking one's own life. And then also, guys, just really quick, I did say that Crystal passed her test with a 95. She actually got a 96 on the test. So just a minor correction there. Hey, couponing. Good to see you, honey. Hey, Natalie. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Natalie, for stopping in. Yeah, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you so much, Panda Bear's mom, for being a member for a month, or excuse me, for 2 months. My bad, 2 months. Thank you for all you do. Love you, girl. Thank you, Panda Bear's mom. That's super sweet of you. I wanted to see if I could pull up. Yeah, okay. Jason Jensen says, certainly the autopsy report isn't very credible. I agree. There's just so many discrepancies. And then also just, what it takes just to grab like a new piece of paper and just to make sure that you're writing the accurate information. I'm sure her family would have appreciated that as well. And so it does make it look not credible, in my opinion, as well. And then also it's just hard to believe that all of this wasn't corrected, even down to the spelling of her name, which Jana had to obtain a separate report for that. Let me go ahead and play this next clip, and I will look for that extra little piece that says that she had never tried this before. We are... There we go.
What he would say, well, yeah, preliminary, whatever, yada, yada,
Because
yada.
he tries X more than what he is.
Exactly. Is it factual? Well, you and I both know it's not factual because they're not going to release that information to him. That's something that he has concocted
to make him
in his mind. So, yeah, I know what you're saying there.
But just.
But yeah, just there seems to be a pattern as far as, you know, his ex-wife has a restraining order on him, and I think a lot of it had to do with that.
Are you expecting a Julie?
Yes, that's my wife. She's running the late. I'm sorry. But yeah, like I said, there's a restraining order. Shannon Jones. My wife, like I said, she's a family nurse practitioner. She's here right now. She kind of wanted to speak to some of those things and speak to. Come on in, babe. I was just telling them about you. You know, you treat people with depression. You prescribe medications. We don't feel like that. This her getting off that medication would trigger. You know, so Julie is treated. Like I said, she's a nurse practitioner. She treats people with that all the time. So, if you want to speak,
What have y'all talked about already? So I don't.
Everything. We're kind of wrapping it up.
Okay. Crystal's been on medicine for years. It's no different. She's tried that medicine in the past. I've refilled her medicines before. I just don't feel like that's enough to cause this. I know that when her son left, she was upset, of course, but she's very proud. So it's not like, you know, that was the end of the world for her. She's happy for him. Her other son as well was having a baby. So it's just, I just don't see, you know, and I know as a person grieving, we think things, you know, not level-headed, and I thought all these things were just me grieving and blaming and going through the process until I saw her at the funeral home, and I know she's right-handed, and I knew immediately, and you can wait on the report all you want.
Yeah, we've already been over that. Yeah.
But I know that I had doubt in myself, and I'm just thinking crazy stuff, and thinking just, you know, going back through my mind of the way he talked to her and treated her in my home, things she had said to me about them having trouble, about him upset about her son in New York having a baby and him having to pay for things, and there were some financial problems, always financial. She went into the marriage thinking he was well-to-do, had money, had all these properties. Turns out I don't think that's true. I don't think that ever was true.
That's why I told him he lied to us from the get-go, so we don't have any reason to trust him.
Seeing her body, I know. I know that she's female. I know statistics. I know there's no way she would have leftied. Even in the instant that you make a decision to do that to yourself, you don't think about, I'm going to use my awkward hand. It's not. That is when I knew.
So let me.
That it's not right.
Let me try to put. Let me try to put that at rest. And you gotta understand. You have to understand that because of the nature of the investigation, and like I told you, the investigation, and I told them, bear with me, I got a sciatic nerve. That's what kind of why I'm.
That's okay.
I'm gangster.
That's all right.
Gangster leaning back here. I'm trying to get some relief on my back. The investigation is never closed. Therefore, I'm not going to tell you everything that I know, and please understand that.
Of course.
So, when you told me earlier that you thought the exit wound was on the right-hand side of her head, it was with her body position in the bed. That's impossible because we recovered the projectile opposite of what you think.
Okay.
And to if it would have happened the way that you may think that it happened, virtually impossible for.
See, I didn't know where the projectile was recovered. I didn't know any of that stuff. So.
I have that.
Okay.
We recovered that.
Okay.
So I can say without certainty that the exit wound was not on the right side of her head.
Okay.
You saw the pictures.
So you believe it was on the right-hand side of her head?
I'll show you. I mean, the funeral director wanted me to take pictures. The beautician and them talked. I said, maybe I was like, you know, I'm not an idiot. I'm an educated person. I've been in college for years. I'm not crazy. I see it. And I hope I'm wrong. God save me. I hope I'm wrong. But I just don't see the other side. And I'm not really honestly looking at the exit side. I'm looking at the entry point. There's no way there's that big of a gap in the sizes to make that legitimate to me. I can show you if you like to see.
No, because I'm not going to try this case across this desk.
I understand.
I'm not.
Okay, guys, so we are left with Sheriff Matthews saying that he isn't going to try this case across the desk, which obviously that is, you know, something that he's not allowed to do, even if he wanted to. So I do understand that. However, we meet Julie, Julie is Crystal's sister-in-law, married to her brother, excuse me, her brother Dane, and she is a medical professional herself. She talks about Crystal being on the medications and that she has tried this medication before for her depression. Julie is not buying it. And the reason why Julie is not buying it is because Julie and Jana had to go to the funeral home and put makeup on their deceased family member because Tony was pushing and pushing for this process to be done with. And so the beautician wasn't able to perform her duties as she normally would because she had someone else that was first before in line. But nevertheless, Julie and Jana went to the funeral home and did Crystal's makeup. And while they were there, they took pictures because the beautician spoke with them and said that they think that she should, basically that they should take these pictures because things were not looking correct as they're used to seeing these things. Now, I find it very curious that Sheriff Matthews maintains that the projectile was recovered. We do see that. But obviously, Dr. Peretti was not made aware of this because it was not listed in his report. So, yeah, I think they're really lucky, Vapor, that they did as well. Thank God for those people there. And Limelight Girl says he just didn't want to be proven wrong right then and there. I know. And it's very unfortunate because, you know, it takes a lot of humility, you know, a lot of, I mean, it just takes a lot to admit when you're wrong. And I just don't understand why they're so adamant, other than the fact that, of course, they all know each other. Very, very small town, guys. Really very small town. Star says, I know I've said it before, but Crystal is absolutely stunning, isn't she? Beautiful woman, and absolutely sad that her life was taken at 43 years old. She just had so much more life to live and so much more to experience, becoming a new grandmother, earning a higher education for the field that she worked in, which is a State Farm insurance representative. And Limelight Girl says, conflicting information from document to document, from professional to professional. Like I said, total incompetence all around. Can't even spell the most simple words. I'm disgusted. That was my original feelings as well, Limelight Girl. I was absolutely sickened by all of it, especially seeing poor Crystal in the state that she was left in my opinion, by her husband, Tony. With that, guys, we'll just go ahead and move on to the next clip.
I just want you to know that I feel like I'm not crazy.
And I understand, and I respect your opinion, but please respect mine.
I do.
By knowing that I know a little bit more than I'm relaying to you guys.
Okay.
And because I'm not trying to put this case at rest, because again, I'm going to reiterate, the case is never closed. I'm trying to put your theories on these certain things to rest
Yeah.
by letting you know that
You know some things.
I know that's not quite how it happened.
Yeah.
Okay?
And the fact that any other case I've looked up or around this area that state was involved, and someone puts this on the shoulders of someone who apparently knows Tony for 20 years, I'm sick of him telling us that. I'm tired of him telling me how long he's known this man. It's really not fair to the investigator. I feel like it's not fair to him.
Who is he talking about?
He's talking about the investigator that he's been talking to the entire time.
Irby are big buddies.
Like he keeps saying that.
Let me put that to rest.
Yeah.
That's a lie.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he just,
Okay.
what is
He just
this,
keeps
racist?
saying
Why
it.
is he lying?
That's, and again, lying is not a crime.
It's not a crime.
But I can tell you, he's not known Alan Irby for 20 years.
Okay.
I've only known him for, I've been in office, July will be 3 years. He went to work for me. My gosh, y'all may know better than I do. I've got so much on my plate here.
Right. It's a lot.
He went to work for me.
My whole family is from here. I know this area.
I went into office and he worked for 5 or 6 months on the road before I put him into the academy, and he quit the second day. And so that's the extent of my relationship with him is so he could very well say, man, I've known the sheriff for 20 years. No, that's not true. I've only known you for maybe a year.
Right.
Well, is it
So,
a legitimate thing? Is he just lying to us at the evening after he told us she was gone? That he said that it's no foul play?
I think
and
that
all that? Or is he just...
I think that he's a chronic liar.
Yeah.
And okay.
I mean, if she was my wife,
what he has
I'd
lied
want
to
to
you
know.
about, I have to question that. I see things in the documents that you provided me that pique my interest. The Tennessee thing, that piques my interest.
Thank you.
Okay?
That's what we wanted to hear. Cool.
So,
and I have the number.
It piques my interest. It's not my job
Speculate.
to make Tony Jones a bad guy. That's not
No.
what my job is.
And it's not mine either. And I don't want that. I didn't want to feel that or believe that.
But it's my job to investigate until we can't investigate anymore.
Right.
Right.
That's what my job is, and
All the
that's
facts.
what I'm committed to doing. And that's when things are brought to light, like a Tennessee thing here. Okay, well,
Tennessee's
maybe
a little
maybe
light.
that's not really relevant. But if it brings a question, well, I'm going to look at it.
And the
I'm
time,
obligated to look
and the
at it.
timeline. That's what
And
bothered me.
yes, and the timeline. I'm obligated to look at it.
Well, motive is important. I understand. I'm not saying that I'm not. God forgive me. I pray that I'm completely wrong and just crazed. But
But you have questions.
there's, as an objective person, I'm observing many things that are questionable. And when there's doubt, there's a reason.
And I'm going to try every question that you have. I'm going to try to give you a logical explanation
Right.
for,
Okay.
to the best of my ability. It may not be what you want to hear.
Yes,
Right,
sir.
that's fine.
Like the casing. I hope that I put that casing
You did.
thing to
You
rest.
did. I'm
It's
done with
very
that.
logical
I'm done
that
with
that's man. I'm telling you.
And the
I'm
package.
going to share this.
Yeah.
I'm going to share this very tidbit of the investigation with you. We're doing things with the firearm right now that you don't have any knowledge of.
Thank you, sir.
If it leaves this room and somebody else, I'm gonna
You're not
say
talk to us anymore. We're not
exactly
telling
right.
anybody.
Okay.
We're not telling anybody anything.
So we're having that firearm tested, and doing some comparisons to make sure that everything that we think happened exactly the way that we.
Exactly.
Okay. If I thought for a millisecond that me or my chief detective wasn't capable of doing everything that we need to do, I'd turn this case over to whoever.
Yes, sir.
Whether it's state police or what, I know that. I'm just saying, if I thought for a second that we weren't capable of looking at this thing at every angle and getting the answer to your questions, I'd be the first one to step up and say, man, I can't do this.
Okay, guys, so really quick here, Sheriff Matthews says that he hasn't known, Sheriff Matthews says here that Tony hasn't known Alan Irby for 20 years. He says that he himself only knew of him for a very short time because Tony quit the second day of the police academy, and he's only known him for maybe a year. But I beg to differ, because I have a photo, and I'm sorry if this date is going to be hard for you all to see. September 25th, 2019. September 25th, 2019. Same picture all the way to the right of your screen. Tony looking like he's some kind of big man. Crystal writes, I'm so proud of this guy right here. I have never met anyone so driven, so hardworking, so determined to give everything 100%. And I'm pretty excited to say he's mine. I sure do love doing life with you, Tony Jones. 2019. Sheriff Scott Matthews, you are a liar. Because in 2023, that would have put you knowing this man at 4 years. 3.5 at the very least. Just unbelievable. The crazy making, the gaslighting, another unbelievable tactic used by Sheriff Scott Matthews, in my opinion. They have a medical professional who Julie clearly is a medical professional, and he's making her feel like she is losing her mind. That is typical gaslighting at its finest. If you all have never saw it before, this is what it is, in my opinion. Matthews also said that Tony hasn't known Irby, but he sure does have a lot of mutual friends with Alan Irby's wife, Heather, who she's a newer wife, but there she is, and that's Heather Irby and Detective Alan Irby. Vote for Matthews. Vote for Matthews. We also have this from Tony Jones, and it is marked off April 15th, 2023, so only a few months after Crystal's untimely passing, just hanging out with some chicks. That's Tony at their home where all of this happened. Now, you guys know me. I have a good sense of humor about myself. I think I do. I don't find anything funny about Tony's little joke there. No, I'm surprised, though. I'm surprised that there is no connection, Limelight Girl. Oops, excuse me. Sorry, I clicked the wrong one. Limelight Girl says, seems they both graduated at the top of their class at the second school of awful liars. Yeah, or at the school of awful liars. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, it's so hard to keep up with lies, guys, and that's why, you know, when people lie, it's like they get caught easily, because especially if they keep talking, eventually you have to make up a lie to cover the lie that you made first off, and then another lie, and so on and so on. And we see this all the time. I do like that analogy, or you know, to say about Stephen Fisher, because we see this happening with him, where he'll come out and say something, but we know that it's not true, and then it'll be debunked, and then he doesn't say anything, but then he'll come out and say more lies. And you guys will hear as we go through this conversation, especially since Julie has entered the room, that Sheriff Matthews is very frustrated that she will not take no for an answer, or she won't take what he's saying as fact when she was there and she saw the entrance and exit wounds, or what they're saying are the exit and entrance wounds. And so in that respect, she's just not buying it, right? She's the one that took these photographs. She's the one that has seen her sister-in-law in such a state, and it's not making any sense to her why these wounds are located in the opposite places that they should be. If her, since her sister-in-law is right-handed, it just doesn't match up at all. And you will see how Sheriff Scott Matthews acts. Some of the things he's going to say is going to shock you. It shocked me, at least. Let's go on.
So how long have you known Mr. Irby? Did you saying you don't know Mr. Irby that long, or you don't know Tony that long?
Tony.
Okay. Do you have known Mr. Irby for a
my
number
whole
of years?
life.
Well, he should know that Tony's running around talking about they're best buddies for 20 years. I've got it recorded saying it.
No, I've not heard that. No, I've not heard him tell anybody that.
Well,
and so that's why
is there. It's just like weird that he would lie. I mean, I don't understand.
Well, that's just it. That's
He's
what
a chronic
concerns
liar.
her. He's willing to lie about.
And it doesn't
little
even
things
why
and
lie?
Exactly.
You know.
Why?
So let me throw this out there, and this is totally unrelated. I'm using this totally as an example. And you're going to think that I'm weird or crazy. Let me tell you a rumor that I've been fighting for a year now. The rumor's out there. Me and my wife have been separated for over a year. I just woke up next to her this morning, and I'm telling people I don't know who keeps that going. But whoever he is a liar, and is a instigator of something.
But the man who's married to her is lying. It's not
That's my message. That's what I'm trying to say. There are people out there that are not like you and I, that live a life of drama-free life, and that we consider ourselves good people, and we want to do good things in our community and for the world. He's not one of them. Does that make him a criminal? No. A bad person, him being a bad person is not a crime. Until we can prove, or we take the evidence that's been presented to us and we prove him to be a criminal. He can tell people all he wants to that he's known Alan Irby for over 20 years. He hadn't committed a crime. Is that relevant?
And the verbal abuse. I mean, I'm just looking at a pattern of abuse.
So once y'all call, you verify, she'll give you the address.
Was Crystal sad? I believe she found out he was cheating on her and running around, and they were going to split up. I 100%, without a doubt, believe that to be true. Just because I know Crystal. I have known her since I was a teenager at Bastrop High. And I know how she puts on for people. Crystal didn't tell the truth either. Crystal had her own secrets. My initial thought was someone else was involved. She had a boyfriend, something. That was my initial from the beginning. I worried about that. But I didn't foresee that he was the one with the problem, not her. And I believe that she had been fishing and found some things, and I believe her son left. There wasn't another eye on the household, and the two of them together. And I'm worried about abuse. And I would like to know the report. The autopsy report is very important to me. If there are bruises that can't be seen by everyone in areas, which there were some things I saw. Now I don't know. I've never been in an autopsy, and throughout my career, I don't know those parts of it. There were bruises in her thighs. They don't look like something you would do for an autopsy, like it's from that movement of the body. It's possible. I don't know those things. That's not my field. I'm not in your field. I don't know. This is just me looking in and thinking,
neither that
doesn't look right.
I can
but
tell
the
you
abuse
that.
was there verbally in my home. I witnessed it.
I
Forceful to her.
cannot reiterate enough, guys.
everything that you're telling me, I believe.
You can't arrest somebody for being an asshole.
That's
No
all we
idea
want, someone to listen that we have doubts.
that has happened. Unfortunately, that I don't want to say verbal abuse is not part of the investigation, but it's I can't make Tony Jones be a criminal because he talked. So you got to know and realize that. Okay, that's what you guys theorize and know that has happened. Is it part of this case?
Well,
You got.
that's why, you know.
Well,
bringing it to you.
I know in each
I know.
case,
And that's,
if there is a suspect, they go first, they rule out the spouse, and that's, I know that
well,
to be true.
well,
And I don't say that, and I don't think that you feel like, and that you know the things, you know the facts that I don't know. I only know the facts that I know, because you're in an investigation and you have to do the things you're supposed to do. But us as a family, you know, we're grieving and we're hurt, but there's too many things that are truths, not speculation, not hearsay, and coming from his mouth as well. So it's just things that I know that I am observing. And I wanted, I have talked to Jana in the beginning, so Jana, it's just, you know, it just.
But now he's got the paperwork to show.
I wish you could have been here
It's
from
too
the
much.
beginning
But
because
it's too
we
much.
went through a
To
lot.
not speculate, something's weird. Now, I don't know. I hope it's not the worst thing, I think. And, you know, as I see Tony in person, you know, I feel like he's not ever been abnormal to me, myself. But I do observe things. Did watch him at the funeral. I just haven't seen him grieving. I mean, and everyone's different. People grieve in different ways. People put on a face for other people. He may be on something that helps him calm himself, take in something. I don't know. I just don't think that I'm trying to blame him. Because I don't want to. Because I want her to lay at rest. I want to get to peace with it. I want these people to be at peace with this. But if I didn't doubt so much, if I didn't see so many things and know so many things, I'd be like, yeah, makes sense. She was on some Abilify. She was real depressed. People were seeing her around town saying how bad she looked, how sad she was. Well, I would be sad too if my husband was running around and on Match.com and cheating on me. And that's true. That's the truth. So.
And I don't doubt a word that you just said, but what I'm trying to say
is a cheater a killer? I understand what you mean. I know what you mean.
Having said that, though, I cannot reiterate enough. Please know and understand everything that you just told me and presented to me.
You'll investigate it. Without a doubt.
We'll be on top of it.
Well, that's all we want. It's just
Thank you for the time, bro.
provide you with
Give him 5 minutes to get up.
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate you.
Guys, y'all don't know how much that I'm a different kind of sheriff.
No, you're a lot like Mike. Don't take that in a bad way. Don't tell him I said that.
I do things a little differently. I talk a little differently. I'm no politician. I only want to do the right thing. And when I see a family come in that I know is obviously grieving, just know and understand. I may not grieve like you, but I see pain in your eyes. And if I can relieve that pain just a little bit by going over and looking into what you've presented to me, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Yes, sir. And we thank you.
You know?
We thank you.
At the end of the day, it may not be what you want to see,
and that's
but I'm going
okay.
to present it to you in a fashion that, man, listen, I have beat this thing to death and I can't come up with anything. Or I may beat it to a point I'll say, you know what? Man, there may be something to this.
I just want an answer, even if it's
I just
not
don't
one I
want him
don't
to
want.
run off until you know. I just don't want him to run off. I just don't want him to fly on to Hawaii with whatever he's got. I want to know for sure that he does not have an insurance policy? Because I
There
know
is no policy.
There's no policy.
I know there's got to be something somewhere uncovered.
So, push that door, let me, very quickly.
I just don't want him to
So
run
there
off.
is no policy. There's no policies associated with either one of them. I will share that with you. My guys have already dug into that. There is no policy.
I just feel like he should be told you can't run off. Like, you need to stay
Well,
around.
I need to clear that up. I can't tell him he can't run off. You got to come to that realization. I can't tell him he can't run off. If he wants to fly to Kalamazoo and set up shop and eat
Well, I
in
wouldn't
there in
blame
Kalamazoo,
someone for leaving after all this.
I can't tell him. So you need to know that. I can't tell him that he can't do that. Even if I were to charge him and he were to bond out, he wanted to go to Kalamazoo, I can't stop him from going. Very quickly, I know the financial struggles, but I see you talking about he's making payments and he's this trip. Where do you think this money is?
From the funeral donations he's getting from the
Either
community.
he's using the funeral donations as a slush fund. He also confided to me that he had a credit life insurance policy on their vehicle.
Vehicles,
So
they're
the
State
vehicle's
Farm.
going to be paid off. Now, I do know this because I've taken these loans out before. When you do the credit life, sometimes they'll upsell you and they'll give you an option to have a beneficiary. You know, it'll pay off your loan, plus it'll pay a beneficiary.
Yeah.
So there's credit life on the vehicle.
And the loans.
And the loans.
Maybe credit cards.
And I'm thinking that if money is going to be coming in from somewhere, if he's gotten money or is expecting money, these credit life insurance policies, you don't have to sign a single medical form. You don't have to send a single medical record to these credit life policies. They're going to sign you up, especially if you're 43 years old.
These are things that would set my mind at ease. Like, I don't want him to run off because I want to know for sure. And I hope to God I can apologize later. That's what I pray for. But I need to know that he's not working for this police department right now.
He's not.
He's not.
He doesn't work.
These
What
credit
would give
life.
you that impression that he's working?
So I guess, guys, what's really upsetting to, well, and it's upsetting to me too, but what's really upsetting everyone, well, I guess I shouldn't say everyone, but at this point, we have everyone that was in the conversation. So it was originally Jana, her brother Dane, their aunt from Germany, and then also their sister-in-law that comes in later. But Julie is not having it. She's not buying it. She's very adamant about the fact that she doesn't want him to run off. And of course, Matthews is saying, you know, that he can't change that. And that is something that I find to be truthful, that they can't, without any charges or anything, he's free to do with what he wants to do. Right. But I do want to show you guys one picture that, and this is one of many, when Sheriff Matthews says he's a different kind of sheriff, that he's not a politician. When I think of a classic politician, they're out there shaking hands, they're kissing babies, and this is kind of who it looks like to me. This man right there. So with that being said, that's just me. He looks like a politician to me. These are elected officials, so we can really kind of surmise what we will with it. But he definitely looks like he's politicianing out there to me. Now, Matthews says that he has known Irby his whole life. So the two gentlemen on the left-hand side of your screen here, the first one being Sheriff Matthews, the next one being Deputy Irby, they have known each other their whole lives. He uses a lot of personal anecdotes in here. This is the first one where he talks about rumors of he and his wife being separated, although he woke up next to her this morning. I don't really see how that is a valid analogy, but maybe that's just me. In my opinion, I think it falls short. It looks like he admits that Tony is a bad person, but it's... but he says that just because he's a bad person doesn't make him a criminal. I have not met very many criminals who are good people. So that, again, is just kind of falls short with me. The family knew about the verbal abuse, and Julie does bring this up, and she says that it is witnessed in her home, that she was a witness to verbal abuse from Tony to her sister-in-law, Crystal. And so they did know about and were aware of that. Now, also, she brings in the extramarital affairs that Tony allegedly had. He was a member of Match.com. He was on plentyoffish.com, and then he was also on eHarmony.com. Now, keep in mind, those are paid dating websites. So he was actually paying to meet women off of these websites. I do have to agree that just because someone is a cheater doesn't mean they are a red rummer. However, it is suspicious. It is suspicious. Now, what really caused me pause was when, and there are photos of this, guys, I've seen them with my own eyes. I just will not post them on here to respect Crystal's privacy and give her some dignity. There was extensive bruising on her inner thighs. I believe that Tony essayed Crystal. I know that they were married, but that doesn't matter. Grape happens, even though, and I say grape because we have to use that terminology here, but it's without a G. That's what I'm really talking about. But I do believe that Tony, excuse me, Tony raped his wife against her will, and that is what caused the extensive bruising. I'm sorry, guys, I'm gonna grab a cough drop. Extensive bruising on her inner thighs. So Julie goes on to say there are too many truths, too many observations, which she is pretty much just completely disregarded by Sheriff Matthews, in my opinion. They also say that that they have not seen Tony grieving. And we can kind of see that in some of these photographs where he's just kind of hanging out with some chicks, and, you know, he's just thinking his life is just peachy keen, and he had just lost his wife a few months ago from when this photograph was taken. It's just too many examples of something like this for comfort, in my opinion. And Limelight Girl says, seems like they both graduated from the top of their class. Oh, I already read this one. I'm sorry. She says, this guy won't even entertain any of the evidence they have brought forth, and there is a lot of evidence. I agree. They have had to do their job for them since they refuse to do their jobs themselves. I absolutely agree. And just the amount of research and documentation and organization that was put in by Crystal's sister Jana is just incredible. It's out of this world, really, the amount that she has put in. And Vapor agrees with Limelight Girl. And Limelight Girl says, how many douchebags residing in the same town need to be outlawed? Excuse me, this many douchebags residing in the same town needs to be outlawed. I agree. Far too many douchebags in the same place and a small population. So I agree with that. Kind of like an unscrupulous PI, as BHB would say. Absolutely. Like I said, I do like that analogy. I think it fits. It's just unfortunate when these characters get put into these situations where they're in the position of power, authority, and they are not taking that power with, you know, as in a great responsibility it comes with. They're basically, and for lack of a better way to say it, they're taking a dump on the whole situation and not acting appropriately for what they should be, in my opinion. It's absolutely maddening to know that no matter what the family presents to Sheriff Matthews, he shoots it down. He decides to poke holes in everything. And then he uses these personal anecdotes, which in my opinion are horrible analogies. We're talking about someone who has lost their life. We're not talking about rumors. And why is the town making rumors up about their sheriff? This is an elected official again. So it makes me wonder, is he not respected and liked in the area? How did he come to be sheriff in such a small area? How was he elected in? Was there anybody that ran against him, or did he run unopposed? We saw this with Sheriff Craddock in Sumner County in Hendersonville, Tennessee, when it comes to the Sebastian Rogers case. That sheriff did run unopposed. So did Sheriff Matthews also run unopposed? And then he just was granted this position? It really makes me wonder. Hey, Detroit Rock City, good to see you. And Limelight Girl says, and his unwillingness to even consider their thoughts, and they have hard evidence to back it. It's just a total slap in the face, unacceptable. I completely agree. I don't know how this was ever able to transpire in the way that it did. It's sick. It's really sick. And thank you for listening, Detroit Rock City. I appreciate you being here. Let's listen to this next clip, guys.
He's a
says he's a on-call patrol guy.
he's already a pathological liar. He knows that.
He knows that.
He tells that
Joy. But can I be perfectly honest here?
He had his vest
just for a moment
in the home as I went in to get her jewelry. His bulletproof vest was just sitting there.
Can I be perfectly honest here?
Yes, please.
And again, you have to understand, I'm no politician. And I don't do things politically correct. And I let my mouth tear my ass out the frame on a daily basis. So please, please don't. Number one, I told you on the phone yesterday, I will not ever cover up a thing for anybody. That includes my wife and my children. If you've done wrong, you've done wrong. Don't come crying to me about it. I've done wrong in my life. I'm going to admit that to you. I've done wrong. The good Lord has forgiven me, I hope, for everything I've done. Don't ever think for a minute that I'm going to cover up anything for anybody. Tony Jones does not work for me.
Okay, good. Because he has on his Facebook, he does.
I can't help what he has on his Facebook.
It's like he's the one that makes us
please.
Feel crazy.
Please, just listen to me, because I'm really directing this to you. I think that the other guys here have a pretty good understanding of who I am and what I stand for. I can't help what he has on his Facebook page. He could put on there, I'm Donald Trump's pimp. I can't help that. He could put on his, he could go down to the donut shop in the morning and tell everybody in there, I work directly for Scott Matthews and I have $1 million in the bank. I can't help what he goes out in the public and says. That's not for me to control.
I understand.
I can't help that he may have had 10 affairs.
Yeah. It is illegal to pose as a police officer. It's illegal. I mean, I know that. I know what you're saying. But I just know it's like, who does that? It just, I don't know.
He knows Tony's a liar. You're not wrapping your mind around what I have already conceded to you guys. I know he's a liar.
Okay. I just want y'all to know that. I don't want
you have to know that. And at this point in this conversation, I don't think you've come to that realization. He is a liar. Is him being a liar against the law? No, it's not. You've got to accept he's a liar. He's not the person that he portrays himself to be out in the public or to anybody. Is that a crime? It is not. There are people that come in here on a daily basis and attack me by spreading things about me and my wife in the community.
Yeah.
Would I love to arrest them? You're damn right I would.
Right.
Nothing.
It's not a crime.
I don't want you to feel like anything I'm saying is against the police department. My great grandfather was a sheriff here. I'm not saying anything about the police or the investigation. I feel like you're doing your job. I just feel like, why is he that's where we get our suspicions is from him. He portrays all these things to us, and he's been making us think all along he's buddy in the sheriff's department and patrolling the streets. I mean, it's just like, it makes us, it's like he wants us to be more suspicious or something. I mean, that's what it sounds like. But I feel like it's not legal to portray yourself as a police officer, especially to pull someone over, and who knows?
Who is he pulled over?
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing out there.
So having said that statement, and I ask you, who is he pulled over? Well, I don't know.
I don't know, but he could.
I've not had a single complaint of him pulling over anybody.
Okay, good.
I've not had a single complaint of him molesting any young women. Has he done it? I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
But when you bring these issues to light, I'm telling you, Tony Jones doesn't work for me.
Okay, guys. So I find it very curious that Julie says that when she went over to pick out jewelry for Crystal for the service, for her viewing at the funeral home, that Tony's vest was sitting out in plain view. Now, if he had not been in uniform since 2019, he only made it 2 days in the academy. Why in 2023 is his uniform or any parts of his uniform out? It makes me really curious to know if he was posing at any time as a police officer. It is infuriating to me as well, Limelight Girl, just knowing that the way the family is being treated and this Donald Trump's pimp nonsense, right? We all know that the donut shop from Saturday Night's Live is the Bakery Barn, where you can get any type of different donut you want. It's the only donut shop in town, and so I believe and I would surmise that this is what Sheriff Matthews is speaking of when he talks about the donut shop, and that Tony could go on down to the donut shop and claim that he's Donald Trump's pimp. Again, a horrible analogy and just absolutely unprofessional, in my opinion. Just no regard for the family's feelings. He says every one of us has done wrong. And again, it just falls short. We all have done wrong, and nobody's accusing Sheriff Matthews of doing anything wrong. What they're accusing, what their accusations are based on is on Tony and Tony's behavior, and that they think that he has something to do with their sister's passing. And then I want to remind Sheriff Matthews that lying to a police officer is a crime. So if he lied to them about anything pertaining to Crystal's untimely passing, then that is a crime, and he should be brought in for lying. He was caught in a lie just in his Google whereabouts, right? Hey, Sammy, good to see you. Sammy, I'm telling you, those donuts at that donut shop look out of this world. Those people do a wonderful job over there, in my opinion, just from what I've seen, how much love they put into it. It's kind of a shame that they're being highlighted in this way, but I do think that that was part of Tony's alibi, and I do think that that fits the time frame that Tony could have taken Crystal's life, because again, the time of death is estimated at 11 a.m. February 9th, 2023 at 11 a.m. It also leads me to believe that it happened at that time because we have to remember that Crystal was only wearing her bathrobe and her underwear. Crystal's sister Jana was on my show previously, and she said that that is typical for Crystal's routine, if you will, that she would put her robe on, she would get her makeup and her hair done, and then she would get dressed for the day and leave out. If she had an appointment at 2:30, as Tony alleges, then she may have left early to stop at a Dollar General or a thrift store, because that is something that she would typically do. And that's something that she loved doing. And so I find it really curious that he would speak about this donut shop and the fact that Tony liked to have hung out there, or that he would go down there and boast about his being a police officer, although he wasn't a police officer at that time. He never really was a police officer, because he didn't even make it through the academy 2 days. So there's that. And Vapor says, I believe Tony likes someone that worked there at the bakery barn. That's possible. He was quite the little whore. He liked to, date women and pay for dating sites when he's married for 5 years. And, there's proof of him doing this even before, I wonder if anybody, like I asked in the video last night, I wonder if anybody knows, like, did they see him? Do they know that he bought something that day? Did he sit down and eat? How long was he at the bakery barn? Because it would be the perfect alibi, in my opinion. Now, it's a working theory, guys. I'm not saying that I feel one way or another at this point. However, Tony's statement leaves out the fact that he went to the sheriff's office first. So did he go to the sheriff's office and then to the bakery barn, which is not far away from, and it was about a 2-minute difference, right? So it took him about 2 minutes to get from where he had work in his phone, which was the West Carroll Parish Sheriff's Office. And then 2 minutes later, he's over at the bakery barn. Did somebody come and pick him up from the bakery barn and he left his phone in the truck? That is one working theory of mine. Well, mostly because it fits the time frame, right? If we're to believe that her estimated time of death is 11 a.m., then she would still probably be in her robe getting ready. As I said before, her makeup was intact, but her hair was not done yet. It just fits the time frame for me. Anything after that, he would have been at the high school, right? Because he had contracts with the high school and things like that. So Detroit Rock City asks, did they do a grape kit on her? No, they did not. No, they did not. They didn't do anything like that. No gunshot residue testing was done on anyone. I don't see how they can determine that she unalived herself without that key evidence. I don't see how they could do it with the discrepancy in which hand was used when she's right-handed, but yet the exit wound is on the wrong side. It's just so many things. No, and also Detroit Rock City, they did not check under her nails for DNA. And I think that if they had, they would have found Tony's. And I think that's why they didn't. And that's my opinion. Of course, it's purely speculative. However, we don't have that bit of information that should have been done. Also, I just want to remind you guys from Saturday, there are no protocols in place for this. And so they don't have any procedures or protocols that they must follow, which I find that to be very, odd, in my opinion. So thank you, Detroit Rock City, for your questions. That was a great question too. And she did have one broken nail, Vapor. Thank you. Yeah. And so it's just amazing. It's amazing to me that this was not performed, that these things were not done. and then they still concluded, even after a small 7-minute interview with her husband, Tony, that she took her own life. It just, it's just not, it doesn't make a dang bit of sense. And thank you, Many Panthers. I appreciate you, hon. Thank you. Yeah, Detroit Rock City says, small town, I'm sure someone saw him playing cop. I know, and I really would love if somebody could come forward. I would love it if someone would come forward from the bakery barn and just say, hey, we saw Tony here. He did eat at the restaurant, because he was there for 42 minutes. So 42 minutes was enough time for him to do a grab and go, like as I showed you all last night, as I showed you all on Saturday night's live. Everything that you get from the bakery barn is grab and go. And so even like home cooked meals, they have etouffee, which is kind of like a soup that you would put with rice. They had gumbo. They had dinners that you can grab and go. So like, green beans and rolls and, whatever brisket they had, just many different offerings, but everything was grab and go, and you could eat it there or you could take it with you. So it just is curious to me, because he could have bought something grab and go and then went out to his car, left the cell phone in there, traveled the 13 minutes to their residence where they lived off of Highway 2, done the dirty deed, and then been back at the bakery barn in time to go back to his next destination. There's plenty of time if he had someone who drove him there. Now, if he didn't have a ride, it would have been harder, because obviously he's not going to be able to walk that distance in that period of time. However, I find it to be very, very curious. And Limelit Girl says, yep, some reason they didn't test for gunpowder residue. They did not. Laziness and incompetence at its finest. Absolutely. And I think they were hiding something, and I think they were doing it for him. And I wonder if he wasn't somebody that they use, as corrupt as they are, in my opinion, somebody that they don't use, that they just go ahead and put his uniform on and say, here, come on with us and do this, because it's just such a small place. And I wouldn't put it past people who lie this much. It's just something that it really piques my curiosity, especially that he already had these items laying out throughout the house whenever Julie came over to grab some personal effects of her sister-in-law so that she can help prepare her body for viewing at the funeral home. It's just all concerning and disturbing, in my opinion. Let's go ahead and watch the next clip. I have one more clip that I wanted to show you, and then I want to break in and then explain the next one in order. Vapor says, what I find interesting is that Crystal's best friend from high school rents them that house and lives steps away, but will not talk to Jana. I mean, I can't believe no one, I agree with you 100%, Vapor. I just can't believe no one heard a gunshot or anything. I know that the other homes in the area and in the general area are not terribly far, not terribly close, but I'm still surprised that no one heard or saw anything. Yeah, it's, people will lie for other people, but a lot of times if they know who they're dealing with, it's a fear-based lie where they're afraid to tell the truth because they are afraid of that person. And if Tony's reputation precedes him, then that may be a very big indicator on why she doesn't want to come forward, in my opinion. It breaks my heart for Jana. And Detroit Rock City says, the thing that bothers me is he told his cop buddy to check the bedroom, not can you check her? I'll meet you there. Yeah, absolutely. He takes him straight to the bedroom, whereas Jana, Jana, I always do that. The last time he allegedly spoke with Crystal, she was in the living room. So why would he tell him to go to the bedroom? And if he knows that his wife was getting ready for an appointment, then why would he have him barging down the bedroom? Like, why would you let a grown man, friend or not, go into your guys' bedroom when your wife is trying to get ready or was supposed to be getting ready for a doctor's appointment? It's very strange. And how come he never called Jana, her sister? None of it makes sense. And Limelit Girl says, is there an unspoken competition that they are involved with Sumner County that we should be aware of? Who is the best at horrendously dropping the ball? I mean, well said. Yeah, I mean, it's comparable, and it's really strange because it's a level of corruption that is absolutely evil, in my opinion. And I can't even begin to think that this is going on in Louisiana in a parish, West Carroll Parish, and then we see it in Tennessee in Sumner County. I like to keep the faith, but when we have things like this going on, it's very difficult to do so. And Minnie Panther says, I have pain, doctor, at noon. Oh, Minnie Panthers, I hope you feel better, hon. Oh, well, thank you. Yes, do that. Thanks, Minnie Panthers. Yeah, it's crazy, guys. And then you're going to hear Sheriff Matthews go off again. So let's listen to him.
He will never
that
work
makes
for
me feel
me.
better for you to say that to me. Like, that just makes me feel a little better.
And as a professional in your line of work, just like I guess I'm a professional in my line of work.
Oh yeah,
you got to know and understand.
Mm-hmm.
People aren't sometimes what they portray themselves to be. So you got to let that go.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Until I can either dispel the what you've brought me, or I can factualize what you've brought me.
Yes, sir.
You got to let that go. And until you let that go, you yourself will never find peace with what's going on in this case. You're come in, please.
Did you need Scott Beard for this meeting, or is it a different meeting?
Scott.
He said you sent him a message. Scott Beard.
I don't know Scott Beard.
Okay.
Thank you. Again, guys.
We thank you for your time.
I know. I'm probably beating a dead horse here, ma'am. But you gotta let some of this stuff.
I know
go,
I'd
man.
lose my license if I said I was a doctor. They would strip my license. I know that a person saying they're a nurse would get their license stripped. I know that you cannot run around saying you're a police officer. You just can't. It's just not right.
You cannot run around making traffic stops and portraying yourself as a police officer.
Yeah.
If I want to go down to the donut shop and sit down with a table full of men and say, I'm a police officer, he has not committed a crime. Let that go. Let that's in the big scheme of what we got going on here. That's petty.
I feel like you're upset with me.
I
These
am.
are just my concerns.
I'm taking
I'm
offense.
upset.
Thank you for your
I'm
time.
taking offense.
What for? What? What have I
Because you
offended
come
you
in
by?
and you portrayed me as someone that's allowing this to
I'm not
happen.
portraying you as anything at all. I have never said that at all and said you did anything wrong at all. I do not believe that. I believe he has made us suspect him just by his mouth. Like, we just don't know what is going on. We're not from here. We're not from here right now. I lived in Monroe.
I am.
My family is from here. I just dropped off flowers to my grandparents in Goodwill.
And I'm trying. I'm trying.
And I don't believe that you're doing anything wrong. I don't want you to feel that I am saying this towards you. We have just been so upset by the way he has portrayed things.
I understand. And,
like he's lied to us
again,
about
I'm
so
no
much.
politician. And I just told you I let my mouth overload my tail too much.
I don't want you to feel like I don't want to offend you at all, or the police department at all.
And maybe I've taken it a little bit wrong here, but I'm trying to let you know the things that some of the things that you're talking about
does not constitute a crime.
Yeah.
And you can't let that have a bearing on my end. You can't let those things have a bearing on trying to find the truth.
Right. I understand.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, he has just kind of made us to believe that he's just some big wig over here police guy.
He's a chronic liar.
Like running around.
He's
I
a
don't
chronic
know.
liar.
I mean, that's why we've been so upset. It's like
You got to know and understand that. That's what chronic liars do. They portray themselves as something that they are not. And he's got that burr under your saddle, and you've got to let that go. Now, I'm telling you, please let it go. And until you let that go, you can't find peace in this case. That's the message that I'm trying. And I'm sorry that I'm sorry that you and I have. Okay.
Well,
I don't want it to be that way.
I just want you to know, my concerns are not brought towards you or anyone else. My concerns are brought towards him telling us and making us think these wild things of, like, I'm a police officer, I've known him for 20 years. I'm like, why is he investigating the case? They should have had the state come in. That was my first thought. And that's just me being like you, like a person that knows, I'm not calling up the things you do. And it makes sense to me now that he's a liar and that he doesn't even work for the police. Like, that's why we suspected, like, weird stuff, because he just portrays himself like he's up here with you guys, chilling, doing his job.
Ain't happening.
I don't even know if he has a job. I'm beginning to believe he doesn't work. But I just want you to understand that it's not me
Absolutely.
saying you've done something wrong. It is what has been put in my face.
Let me. This has my cell number on it. Please feel free
Well, I'm
to
flying back
call
home.
me.
She's from Germany.
Oh my gosh.
I flew home from Germany.
Please have a safe trip. Okay.
I'll be out in just a second.
Okay.
Don't leave me.
I won't.
Okay. That is my sister-in-law, and she's been married to my brother Danny for 30 years. And she helped me with all. He didn't want her in him, and that's why.
I understand.
I can't thank you enough for giving us a lot of closure. And with that secretary board, all I ask you to do, even if it's an answer I don't want, just give it to me.
I understand.
Okay, guys, so this last part is a little bit harder to understand. It's very low. Janet is trying to thank Sheriff Matthews for meeting with her, and I just wanted to reiterate this conversation meeting happened February 23rd, 2024, and I want to show you a text message from Janet to Sheriff Matthews. And as you can see up here, and I am just going to read it from my phone here, so just bear with me. But you can see that, because it's teeny tiny. Let's see here. I thought I sent it over to myself. Okay, so let me just go ahead and show you guys. It's February 24th at 11:50 a.m. and it's a conversation between Sheriff Matthews and Jana. And so he's telling her, she's asking about the information that they spoke about in the meeting. He says he doesn't have it in front of her, or excuse me, he doesn't have it in front of him. And then she says, yes, sir, very politely. She does ask him to send her the information via her email or fax. And this is a text message from Sunday, February 26th at 8:54 p.m. And she's just simply asking for the emails. Now, she never does get these emails back from him that she submitted to him as evidence. Just so you all know, this was never this was never done by Sheriff Matthews. He says that he's going to do it, but he doesn't do it. And I think that speaks volumes about his character, his organization skills, and the fact that he obviously doesn't really want to help. He's not sorry. Yeah, he's a bold-faced liar. Detroit Rock City. I agree. It's just so crazy. Hey, Judy. Good to see you, honey. It's just absolutely insane. Vapor says Tony still lives in the same bedroom with a new girl. Yeah. Yes. And it's beyond me. I don't think I could ever do something like that. You know, you never say never, but in the same way, I don't think you would catch my butt in the bed where someone had taken, even if she did take her life, he had taken her life. I just couldn't do it. Either way, it just wouldn't be my cup of tea. Especially in this horrific manner where he is lying. Now, guys, I do want to show you this last clip. You will see Sheriff Matthews trying to play Jana in her emotions, in my opinion. I don't find it to be genuine. Nevertheless, we are going to listen to it. And then I want to show you an excerpt from the next installment where they speak with Sheriff Matthews. So, or excuse me, Jana gets him on the phone. So here we go.
You know, I don't care if it's you telling me there's nothing to it, which I did. Just any answers, one that I want to hear. And I can't thank you enough.
Listen, can I pray with you?
Please.
Lord, I just ask that you wrap your arms around this family. Lord, I ask that you give me guidance to take this in a direction that will give this family some closure. Lord, all we want is the truth. We want nothing but the truth. And Lord, I ask for your guidance in doing that. Lord, be with this family. Wrap your arms around them. Give them traveling grace on the way home. Give them the ray of hope and the light to know that you are the master and the one that, the ultimate investigator. Lord, I ask these things in your son's precious holy name. Amen. I'll do everything. And I'm sorry that I get emotional. Like I said, I'm a different sheriff. Okay?
You are a lot like Mike, I'm just going to tell you. Can I go way back to when I was probably born?
And I tell people, if you're looking for a politician, you're looking at the wrong guy here.
No. And you gave my brother a lot of answers, and I appreciate that because he's about facts. And the shell casing was one of them, and it made sense to him.
Okay.
And like I said, with that, if there's nothing to it...
Do not hesitate to call me with any question that you may have. Do not hesitate. Don't call anybody else. You call me directly. If my guys, if Alan, when I go over this with him and we uncover anything that needs to be brought to your attention, I'll call you immediately.
Okay, and if you don't get up, if for some reason your call doesn't come through, shoot me a text and let me call you because I don't know what's going on. I called that Tennessee number and it wouldn't let me go through. It wouldn't let the call go through. I had to use Dane's phone, so I'm not sure what's going on. But look, I can't thank you enough. And
you're welcome.
She's,
all right.
She's herself.
I understand. And things get better.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
All right, where'd y'all go?
I have no idea.
Okay, guys, and that was the ending there of the meeting with Sheriff Scott Matthews. You can hear Jana, before she starts sobbing, say that she just wants any answers that he can provide for her sister. He also starts praying with Jana, and Jana is just sobbing. I think that Jana had a trust in law enforcement before this. I can feel it. I can hear it. I feel like she really has known some good law enforcement agents in the past or officers in the past. And she wanted so much to put her faith into Sheriff Matthews. And she just simply couldn't do that because, as we will see later on, he completely lets her down. He lies to her about calling her back. Just the whole 9 yards. It's very sad, in my opinion. Sorry, guys, I'm just reading through your comments. Here you go. Let's see. Tina Girl, good to see you, Tina Girl. She says, I don't see how I lost my fiance 3 years ago, and I'm still not ready to date yet. Aw, well, Tina, I hope that you're able to date. And I'm sorry that you lost your fiance. That's terrible. You know, I don't know what an appropriate time frame is for a broken heart like that. I really don't. But I do know that 5 days, I just feel like that is terrible for him to go off and he was already like on a whole bunch of dating websites and things like that. So, but I'm so sorry for your loss, Tina Girl, and I will be praying that, you know, you can heal and hopefully find someone. You know, it's not going to be the same, obviously, but I do believe that, you know, there are people out there for other people. I've always believed that, even though sometimes, you know, I've not thought that about myself. But Vapor says, this is one of the reasons I put Bible verses at the beginning of the videos. Yeah. Definitely drop Vapor's link, guys, if you can. I would appreciate it. His videos are very well done, and yeah, I think that's one good way to get to Sheriff Matthews, if he is a God-fearing man, which I don't necessarily think he is. I think he just likes to play off of people's emotions and say that he's not a politician. Detroit Rock City says that's disgusting and weird, in my opinion. I think so too. Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to accomplish, but he's weird. Yes, Vapor. So Vapor has some awesome people that are also working on the videos too. Of course, Unnamed True Crime Channel, our friend. There's TC Souls. Am I saying that right? You can feel free to add everybody down there, Vapor. I'm sorry, I should have wrote all these down tonight. I completely forgot to do that. Limelight Girl says, I lost my fiance in 2016 and I'm not either. Everyone says I need to get over it already and I just can't. I really don't want to. I don't blame you at all. I think there's, again, no appropriate time, and I'm really sorry to hear that too. I think that it's when you are ready. Like, don't let anybody tell you when you're ready. You know what I mean? Because it's not easy. I've not had to ever deal with something like that, so I wouldn't know. But I just know that even the loss of a loved one, which I have lost loved ones, it's just something that even, for example, like my mom who passed away in 06, there's still times where, you know, I feel the pain just as bad as back then. So I just can't imagine, you know, losing my fiance or my husband or my boyfriend, anything like that, to that, you know, to something so final as, you know, passing away. So thank you so much for sharing that, both of you. Thank you. Judy says, Sammy, I was here and fully invested, and then my eldest sister called. First time I've spoken voice to her in years. Oh, that's wonderful, Judy. I'm glad you were able to reconnect. We've recently reconciled. Oh, wonderful. Yes, and I remember you saying that, Judy. That's wonderful. Aw. Hugs, says Minnie Panthers. Boy, oh boy, can the women in my family talk for hours, and she told me she loves me. Oh, that is a beautiful thing, Judy. I'm so happy for you. Good. And Vapor says, it's tough, Limelight Girl. I went through it in 2019. I'm sorry, Vapor. I'm very sorry to hear that. Oh my goodness, you guys. Oh. Sammy says, I am Mrs. Crazy. I have all kinds of thoughts. I think this F was up to some other nefarious stuff. I'm suspecting more than dating sites, but just guessing. Yeah. I believe so too. I believe so too. I think when people have like dirt on each other, there's no telling. And I think that there was dirt involved in this, like where Tony was probably very aware of Chuck's indiscretions with young women. Just my opinion. And I say that in a way because I can't say what I really feel, which is those nasty people need to be put away forever if you ever touch a kid. Ever touch a kid. But that's just my opinion. Allow anyone to tell you how, or never allow anyone to tell you how long to grieve. That's right. Or how to grieve, for that matter. Thank you, Judy. That's amazing. Absolutely. Love to hear that. And Judy says, Minnie, it is. I've never trust her again, but I'm glad we have a relationship again. I'm so glad for you too, Judy. You know, we can forgive and we don't have to forget. Minnie Panther says, I finally decided a Bible verse to put with my cross tat. Took me 3 years. Hope to get it in a week or 2. Oh, that's wonderful, Minnie Panthers. I'm glad. I'll be praying that you're able to get that then. And Judy says, how could he pray with her knowing he was lying through his teeth? I don't know. And just listening to her sobbing. And then he's like, oh, I'm sorry. I get emotional. What an asshole. You know, it's just a total asshole. And Detroit Rock City says, at Lyme, I'm so sorry for your loss. Nobody can deal with the pain you have, and it's not right to tell you when to get over it. I will never, ever just get over losing my son. That's my business. Absolutely well said, Detroit Rock City. And I'm so sorry. I cannot imagine. I cannot, and I wouldn't want to. And Sammy says, Judy, it's easy to get lost in time talking, especially when you have a lot of catching up to do. That's true. And it's a good thing. It's a wonderful thing. I think new beginnings and fresh starts are good. And Vapor says, King Scarlet News. Okay, thank you so much, Vapor. So guys, these are the creators that are working on Crystal's story on, just how everything transpired. They're doing a fantastic job. So we have Vapor, of course. We have King Scarlet News. She was in here earlier. I'm not sure if she's still listening, but it was lovely to see her here. We have Lost Souls True Crime channel, also Unnamed True Crime channel. So definitely go and check them out, guys. And if we can find links, I would love to drop them in here. Yes, his name is Tony J. Jones. Tony Jones. And he is the ass hat all the way to the right of your screen. And Judy says, if I were to get a Bible verse tat, it would be, there's nothing new under the sun. No tats though, against Judaic law. Yeah, I don't have any tattoos either, Judy, and it's just because I don't know what I would want to get. But if it would be something, sentimental to me if I ever did get one. And Sammy says it's against the law if you're lying about being a police officer. Bam! That's what I'm saying. And then also it's illegal to lie to the police officers, right? They're not allowed to do that. But he sure did, and he got away with it. And they're making every excuse up for him, in the book, why it's okay that he did it. And, Julie's sitting there just so angry that, this is even happening and that she can't convey what's going on because he just keeps on, basically saying, no, you're wrong. And when she's adamant about it, he gets even more and more angry. It's a very strange interaction in my opinion. And it's very curious in my opinion as well. And Judy says, Sammy, yes, it is in any circumstance. And Limelight Girl says, oh no, my deepest and most sincere condolences for your loss, Detroit Rock City, losing your child. There are no words. And I agree. And Sammy says, or lying about being an officer in armed forces. Exactly. This guy is, doing all of these things, and it makes me wonder if he does pose in this uniform that he's had since 2019. Aw, Judy, I'm so sorry. See, 1969 and you still miss him. I can completely understand that. Hey, Lizzie, good to see you, sweetheart. And Minnie Panther says, oh, Detroit Rock City, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hugs, I grew up in Michigan. Lizzie, you can email me, hon. You can email me. I don't know if I'm the best person to ask for advice, but I sure give it a try. And Limelight Girl says, so sorry for your loss to Tina Girl 87 and anyone else who has suffered such heavy loss. I know most of us have. Yeah, and it is hard, guys, and I'm so glad that you all feel comfortable talking about it here. It means a lot. It does. And Lizzie, I'm sorry to hear that you lost your mom 7 years ago. I'm sorry. And Judy says, to Detroit Rock City, I have a friend who people tell to get over the loss of hers. How? I don't understand that either, because that's not good advice in my opinion, you know? Detroit Rock City, thank you, sweetheart. You guys are so sweet. Thank you for being... You did email me? I'll check it. I'll check it tonight, Lizzie, okay? I promise. And guys, I just want to show this very last clip to you before we say goodnight. Just one from last night and kind of what we're going to go into in the next installment on Crystal's case. So let me go ahead and show this to you. It is from last night. So let me just, there we go.
Hey, Sheriff Matthews.
Hey, how you doing this evening?
Oh, fighting allergies. How are you?
Oh, fine. I just come in the house. I've been outside in the yard working a little bit, and just come in and checking my messages and what have you, and just to get settled down for the evening.
Yes, sir.
I had kind of. I think the last conversation we had was that you were coming to get those documents, and I've had this information since then, and I guess had been somewhat waiting on you to come by and I could have this discussion with you. But
and then the other issue was just the timeline where he was whenever she passed away, and I think that was the main thing.
Okay, so. And again, I'm not looking at this, so just bear with me. I'm trying to go off of memory here that he did some work at Forest School that day.
Well, first he went to Bastrop.
Okay.
And then he drove past their house, and he actually drove to the sheriff's department.
I can't say whether that's
okay.
I don't know. Why would he have come to my office? Do you know?
I have no idea. That's just what the address that was pinned on his location, the timeline location. It says work, and it was 305, whatever Main Street or East, whatever that is. Like I said, if you want to take a look tomorrow and just call me back, that was just the main thing was the CPS and the timeline.
And so. And again, he could have very easily come by the office, but that also brings up the other issue where you questioned whether he was parked at some storage buildings for a great length of time. Well, those storage buildings are right beside the karate school.
Right.
That's why he was. It showed his vehicle there. They're within spitting distance of the karate school. They're right there.
Right, but this is just his phone is pinging there, not necessarily his vehicle. It's just the he said he told us he was at Forest High School all day, and so the difference in the timeline that was on his where it pinged his phone, at Sonic, at Walmart. He actually didn't make it to Forest High School till around noon. So that's just, I guess that was our main concern was after, we had to pay for the death certificate. He didn't turn one over to us. And the time of death was the time that he was passing by their house. And I'm not.
There is no time of death. There's that. And if you're looking at a death certificate that's got a time of death on it, there is absolutely no way that anybody could put an exact time of death on. I don't care who they are, and I don't mind telling you that.
Okay.
There is that. Certainly, there's no way that they could make a determination. Tell me what time is on the certificate.
11 o'clock.
And who would have put 11 o'clock on? Who put that on there?
I just ordered it off the Vita check through the state.
What I'm saying is who signed off? And
they said that West Carroll had to have done the time of death.
West Carroll, as in who?
The coroner's office.
No, absolutely false. Absolutely false. There's absolutely no way that any human being on this earth could say that she died at 11 o'clock. And listen, I hate to even be speaking in this tone of voice, but you're asking me here, and I'm just telling you point blank, okay? There's absolutely no way that anybody within reason could say that she died at 11 o'clock.
I'm just telling you what I got in the mail day. I mean, I could send you a picture of it. It's just
no, I don't need any of that. I'm just saying there's absolutely no way. And if you go line up 10 professionals that are in this same business, all 10 of them are going to tell you there's no way within a reasonable amount of time that somebody could say she died at 11 o'clock. It could have been 10 o'clock.
Right.
It could have been 1 o'clock. So a 2-hour variance in y'all's mind is a big deal.
Right.
Am I right or wrong?
Right. I mean, I completely agree with that, without a doubt.
Okay. So to be able to say that she died at straight up 11 o'clock and to compare that to a phone ping, that's ludicrous.
Okay, guys, and that's kind of where we're going to leave it off with Crystal's story tonight. More gaslighting from Sheriff Matthews, him saying that the time of death on the death certificate is incorrect, but he doesn't really elaborate or say anything more about that. He gives a really crazy analogy, which I'm going to save for next time. Lori, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for giving that great advice. I think it is important if we're going through tough times to seek out professional help if we deem it necessary. I know for myself, I've been through tons of therapy, so it's helped me tremendously because I wasn't in the best headspace for a while there. And Lisa C, good to see you. Lisa C says, I don't find it hard to believe. It's pretty typical, really. They won't just come out and tell you. Most people will say they find it hard to believe, but really they just don't want to believe it's true. Thank you for that comment. Guys, I also, Judy says, oh Lord, what an arse. Yeah, I agree. He's a total arse. Really happy birthday, Limelight Girl. Awesome. We'll have to tell you happy birthday on the show. I'm going to have to do like a little fun clip for birthdays because I really want to honor you guys on your birthdays. I love celebrating. So, yeah, Limelight Girl says, oh my gosh, this guy knows everything, but doesn't want to see anything proving him wrong. Yeah, and guys, I have one more clip I forgot, and I named it The Moral of the Story. And so I just kind of wanted to put it out there for all of us since we were talking about narcissism in the beginning of this. This is also courtesy of Hindsight 2002. She put this out and someone sent me this clip, and so I'm really grateful that they did, and I wanted to share it with you. Sometimes it's extremely difficult to fathom how bad people get away with such horrible things, how such a wonderful person like our Crystal could have her life cut short at 43 years old, and then these people just live on and on. So I wanted to share something with you that I find to have a lot of healing qualities in it. Really quick, I did want to just pop this up on the screen so you could see the whole view of this tonight. Let's see, without me in it, but did I even upload it? I'll just have to use it as our thumbnail because I didn't upload the next one. But I'm going to go ahead and play this part for you, or this clip. Just bear with me. The moral of the story goes here.
And despite their actions, actually, because of their actions, God often provides narcissists with opportunities to repent and change their ways. So God will always give the narcissist chance after chance after chance to turn from their wicked behaviors. And before you get upset that God isn't acting fast enough, remember that his anger was slow towards you and me too. So one of the best things that you can pray is, Lord, bring them to themselves. Bring them to a place where they have nowhere else to turn but you. But sadly, since narcissists rarely see themselves as the problem, this repentance process is unlikely. So when God says enough is enough, enter number 3. And if you're anything like me, you've made some serious mistakes in your life. One of them was going to dark dance clubs thinking that that was the fun life. But have you ever stayed at one of these clubs until closing? You know, when the lights come on and you see all the dirty, disgusting mess that you've been mingling in all night. Ugh, it's nasty. But when those lights come on, it shines a spotlight on what's really going on behind the darkness. I'll leave it at that. And that's what happens when God steps in and says, okay, you don't want to repent? You don't want to accept my chance at a new life? Now it's time to shine the light and expose the truth. Yes, God will expose them. Maybe not in the way that you would hope, but God brings the narcissist's true nature and actions to light. Through various circumstances, the hidden behaviors and the manipulations of a narcissist are revealed, ensuring that their deceit and wrongdoing are no longer hidden in the dark. Luke 12:2 reminds us that there is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. What you have said in the dark will be heard in the daylight, and what you have whispered in the ear in the inner rooms will be proclaimed from the roofs. Rest assured, my friend, God will not be mocked. The narcissist will start reaping what they've sown. But remember, God's purpose is still going to be for restoration. He will reveal their motives and behaviors so they come to themselves and stop further deception. Think back to how many years ago you had no idea what you were dealing with in regards to toxic people. Now your eyes have been opened to the wickedness of their behavior, and hopefully you're setting boundaries to protect yourself. The narcissist hates that. They want you to continue on in their manipulative, self-centered behaviors with no accountability. They can't stand being called out or seen through. It triggers that shame response. That's been their fear all along. But now you see through that love bombing. You see through the lies and the deceit. You see through the manipulation. You see through the victim mentality. My friend, this is just the beginning. The more they ignore God's actions, the brighter that spotlight is going to shine. And the fourth action that God will take against the narcissist not only hurts them, but actually protects you. No, God has not forgotten you. Just like the gardener will apply the herbicide to control the spread of weeds, God will limit the narcissist's influence. Now, I get it. When you're in the thick of it, it can be hard to believe that they aren't operating at full demonic capacity. But trust me, they're not. And you may be wondering, how much worse could this possibly get? Well, with a narcissist in full control, it would be worse. Much worse. And I don't know why God is even allowing what they're doing right now, but my question for you is, will you trust him? He is the God that controls how far the ocean goes. He can certainly limit the narcissist's impact. Job 5:12 reminds us that he thwarts the plans of the crafty so that their hands achieve no success. And it's not just as a protection for you, but it's also a prevention of further damage elsewhere. Have you noticed the narcissist getting more frustrated lately? Perhaps friends are letting her down, or the boss is giving him a hard time. That's God cutting off their supply. And when he does, action number 5 feels all the more sweet. Remember that the gardener's goal for the garden is to flourish. And no matter how bad he might feel, no matter how pretty the weeds seem to be, he knows they got to go. He knows they are going to ultimately destroy his garden. So he pulls them up. This is the end of the line. The narcissist didn't want to repent. They didn't want to turn from their behaviors. They didn't take God's signs that he sends for opportunities for restoration. Well, now come the consequences. And they're usually quite heavy. Remember, this has been going on for a long time. I know you know that. You've been suffering under it. But remember this, God is not soft on sin. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when the narcissist will suffer consequences. And this can come in the way of failed schemes, inner turmoil, isolation, abandonment, loss of power, public humiliation, broken relationships, or perhaps imprisonment. But the worst consequence they will face is when they stand before God's judgment and potentially suffer eternal separation from him. That is why God will be slow to anger and give a narcissist chance after chance after chance. But as I said before, God will not be mocked. Narcissists will get their justice, and it will be too late. There will be no one else to blame or to manipulate. Their fate may be sealed. And that's a sad and sobering reality that you can pray for, but you are not responsible to save them from their consequences. Now, I did mention that there was one thing that you could potentially do to speed up this justice process. And this is something that took me a long time. But when I did, it changed everything. No, not overnight. But this one key step saved my sanity and strengthened my faith. And I got to prepare you though. You are not going to want to do this. In fact, everything in you is going to bristle like biting into an onion when you expected an apple. That's because it goes against everything you've been taught and it doesn't make sense. But when you apply this step, you take the pressure off yourself to try to change the unchangeable and you let God be God. So what is this step, you ask? You must set boundaries. God is our master gardener and he will step in and clean house, but he's also given you this life and these relationships in it to steward well. And narcissists don't come in and wreak havoc overnight. Their weeds grow over time. And if you continue to allow these weeds to grow, maybe even feed them yourself because you think it's the loving thing to do, you're actually enabling their bad behavior. And then you're wondering where God is. Your actions, or the lack thereof, can actually be a detriment and delay to God's divine plan. So let's set limits on bad behavior. Pull up those weeds before they choke out your garden and let God deal with the rest.
Okay, guys. And good night, sweet Judy. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. Guys, that's one last bit of advice that I can give in the moral to the story here, right? God cuts off the narcissist supply, whether we intervene or we don't. God has a greater plan, right? He cut off CP's job right at the beginning, right? He made it so he did not have that supply of him being a big old crane operator at St. Jude and da 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 da. He was done. God cut him off. Tony, same thing. He didn't give him the strength to make it through not even 2 days of the police academy. His supply was cut off. Opportunities to repent, opportunities for redemption. We all have them, right? But what we're talking about here is that God will give the narcissist plenty of opportunities to repent, plenty of opportunities at redemption, but they just simply won't take it because they do not believe that they need any opportunities for this. Also, I love how she says it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when the narcissist will face their fate and face the music, what they have done to other people. No one else to blame and no one else to manipulate. I love that. I think it's wonderful advice. Yes, good night, Limelight Girl. I'm so happy for your birthday tomorrow, and definitely stop by so we can wish you a happy birthday. Judy says, if not in this world, then in the next. There is no eternal separation. Maybe someone like Hitler, but not just a narcissist. thank you, Judy, for that thought. I agree. And I just have to reiterate, when the narcissist doesn't have anyone left to blame or manipulate, it's just them who's standing there, and they are the ones that have to answer to whatever higher power they answer to. I just feel like that is really, really great advice for the night. And just to end this, because I do believe that we are looking at two very narcissistic personalities, one in Chris Proudfoot and the other in Tony J. Jones. Detroit Rock City says, my sister's ex was the worst, most miserable F. He is alone now and nobody will give him the time of day. He was pure evil. I can't believe she invited him to my niece's wedding shower. Nobody came. Oh, I'm so sorry for your niece. See, and that's the kind of havoc that these narcissists wreak on family systems. It's what they do to their own family, their own friends, the closest people to them. They destroy other people's lives, in my opinion, and then they do not take responsibility or accountability. They blame and manipulate. Unfortunately, CP is awful, Lori. I agree, in my opinion, allegedly. Lisa C says, he is on a power trip. He keeps bringing up the politician. It's planting a seed to make you think that he's nothing like that. I agree. And he's doing exactly that. Like I said, he's shaking hands, kissing babies, praying with people, but all along he thinks that he's getting away with the ultimate manipulation when we can all clearly see through it. He's taking advantage of a vulnerable person who misses their family member terribly and who all they want is the answers. Just, a really awful human, in my opinion. Detroit Rock City says, from my family, because he did so many horrible things to everyone, especially her. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. It's like in the clip we just watched, it's really unfortunate because some people can see it, but then some people will allow these people back in, and that is enabling behavior, in my opinion. And it just can't be tolerated. Boundaries are so important when we're dealing with narcissistic personalities, when we're dealing with toxic personalities, or someone who, does have these mental health issues. It's really important to recognize these qualities and to stop them with a boundary. Narcissists hate boundaries, but they're very necessary. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. I really appreciate you all listening to Crystal's story. Thank you again to everyone who is working on Crystal's story and diligently putting it out there so that the world may see the corruption in a small town such as Oak Grove, Louisiana, and that is in West Carroll Parish. The corruption, I believe, is in the sheriff's office there in West Carroll Parish. And I am praying that Crystal's case is reopened. Detroit Rock City, I did see your comment. He did push for Crystal's body to be cremated. The only evidence that we have is the evidence that we are seeing here. I'm kind of painting this picture, so I'm pushing out as much as I can. I do not want to, again, I should say, let me just back it up and say it this way. I do want to keep Crystal's dignity intact, and that's the reason why I won't show some of the more graphic pictures, but I can kind of blur some of these images. That way when they're presented, they're a little less triggering and just preserving her dignity. That's really important to me because I feel like she's already been accused of taking her own life when she has not done that. I believe that her husband Tony is responsible, and I will ask you all to go and sign the petition at change.org to reopen Crystal's case. And please come along with me while we go over Crystal's story. I think that you will find even more shocking details, but even more corruption within this very small town. And Lisa says he's a hair trigger, very rigid. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Detroit Rock City says, you guys would trip out if you heard the awful he's done. I'm glad she made it out alive. I still will never trust him. Never. I wouldn't trust him either, Detroit Rock City. Those people do not change. I'm sorry. I really believe in second chances, and I do believe that we all are worthy of redemption, but there are just some things that are just too much, in my opinion. So I am so sorry to hear that such horrific things have happened and that he's able to still be invited to family functions. And I understand that. I understand that more than I think that you guys could know. It's just awful. It's awful how some people will enable, or they'll think they're doing the right thing by including somebody who shouldn't be included. Their heart's in the right place, but it is difficult for people who, remember those horrific things. So I will be praying for all of you all. Thank you so much for being here. And then tomorrow, I would love to see everyone in here who has a birthday. I'll try and do a happy birthday kind of celebration video that I can play for you all. And for our lovely Limelight girl, she is an amazing woman. Thank you all again. And like I said, I'll show you the thumbnail. I didn't upload it. I thought I uploaded it, but I might have deleted it on accident because I had a few that I had to delete. I wanted to take Crystal's email, excuse me. I do it all the time. Jana's email out of the screenshot. And I think that's probably when I double clicked and got rid of the thumbnail, but I will put it up there. Lady Justice has had her hearing obstructed, in my opinion, in this case. So that's what it says. But thank you all for being here. I will see you tomorrow night, and we will talk more about our Sebastian Rogers and speak more about Crystal's case. Thank you all so much. You all have a wonderful night.